Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Rift Legends Showdown. Multiple players and teams have been battling it out over the last few months to see who is the best team and the best players in EMEA. And this is the time. This is a weekend where we get to see the best in action. Top 4 teams, 1 from last week's battle, 3 from the bracket stage, all coming together for one big showdown to end off the year for Wild Rift. My name is Stuart, and joining me again is Mr. Blam. He's back on the Rift again. Welcome, Blam. Welcome back, I should say. How's things going?
Thank you. Absolutely amazing. Obviously, it's been a very busy year for everybody, and obviously myself included, but it's very nice to be back onto the Rift to finally see some new champions get into play as well. I mean, some of the favorite champions from League PC that I've been waiting to see on Wild Rift come through. Hopefully, I get to see some of that come through in today's games. I mean, I saw quite a few Rel within battles, which is one of the champions I was definitely looking forward to. So definitely want to see some more of that.
Yeah, exactly. New champions, new changes. We just had a patch very recently as well, which I think is going to be big changes, especially for AD carries with a lot of the crit items being changed. So that's going to be very interesting going into today. But we can take a look at the bracket. As I mentioned, we've got the top 4 teams from today. We've got the Baguettes, who came in from last weekend's battle, who were the winners. Then we have Vapo, Mango, and International Jobcenter. And when we look, Blam, at the bracket, and when we look at the players on these teams as well, as I mentioned, these are some of the best that EMEA has to offer. These are constantly players that are always at the top of their game. They've been playing Wild Rift for a long time. They're constantly the, rank 1, legend, sovereign, and always coming around. When it comes to the end of the year, they're always going to be in the finals. You always see them around in the finals.
Yeah, I can say so. A lot of the teams we've seen today is obviously we saw in like the last showdowns. Obviously, a lot of them played within the battles. So that's how they got to this point within the Rift Legends Showdown. And obviously, last time around, the last showdown was won by the International Jobcenter, which we start to see a bit of a change within the roster there as well. Obviously, they no longer have Random or Nabil either. I mean, it's Quaint is Eva as well now. So obviously, a bit of a change up with those, but they're still looking pretty strong. I mean, I'm looking at the stats here from the head-to-head encounters between the teams so far, and International Jobcenter seem to be winning a lot of these matches against some of these teams. So it's going to be up to these other teams to try and dethrone the International Jobcenter.
No, exactly. I think that when, like you said, when you come into this, you think of the players as well that are coming into this. As I mentioned already, we saw last weekend with Baguette, with Patrez, Final Wax, Random, Jash, and Heste coming in. Then International Job Center. They have Shy, Snorlax in the jungle, Carlos in top lane. There's just multiple players battling out for this weekend on Mango. You have Deadly, you have Faker Appo, you have UI, Lacatown, Quant. The list goes on with how stacked I think this finals is. This might be one of the most stacked finals I think that I have seen in a showdown, with just the amount of quality that we have for the players as well. And in terms of the prize pool, there is 4,000 euros on the line. We will be doing all best of fives this weekend. We got 2 semi-finals today. We'll be streaming both the semi-finals, and then we'll be streaming the third place matchup and the grand finals tomorrow. So our first match is kind of a banger. Honestly, it could probably be a final itself. It's going to be Baguette, who won last weekend's battle against International Job Center.
Yeah, I mean, the times that these teams have actually come together, it's been, I don't want to kind of like sow the seeds already, but International Job Center have beaten this team 4 times in a row. But I feel like having those 4 kind of like matches against International Job Center is definitely going to be fruitful in terms of obviously intel on like how they're going to play the Fearless Draft, which champions are going to come through, what's the priorities, what's the play style here for the side of International Job Center, and hopefully here for Baguettes to actually try and topple them. But yeah, like you were saying, like there's so many obviously like big names, obviously with the EMEA, when obviously Wild Rift was competing with internationals as well. Obviously the likes of Random. I mean, I randomly found my Rick's GG pen the other day, so that's what I'm writing with at the moment. So just a throwback or even a sign to be here. So definitely going to be a lot of action with the best of 5s as well.
No, exactly. As you mentioned, best of 5, Fearless Draft as well. There's only one ban this time around, with Zillion being off the cards at the moment. There's currently a little bug with him in game, so we won't be seeing any Zillion this weekend, but everyone else is available. The cat is available again, even though she's probably the worst champion in the game right now. We won't really talk too much about the cat. The cat went from being really OP, and then the rework came in, and now she has like a 35% win rate or 40% win rate, something stupid like that. So I don't think we'll be seeing any of the cat Yubi today. But as you mentioned already, like new champions like Rel, we get to see potentially. Nidalee could be an opportunity for some of these players if it does go down all the way to game number 5. I think we won't be seeing it right at the start of the draft, but I think if we go to like game 4, game 5, then that's potentially when we might see the Nidalee. And of course, so much as well. Like I said, I think for me, the most exciting thing is seeing the AD carries perform. So we have Jash, we have Deadly, we'll have Shy, and then we also have, I believe it's Hank on Vapo, to see how they pilot this new kind of ADC meta that's come along, with so many changes that happen to the items, with Bloodthirster changes, Phantom Dancer changes. I think we might be seeing something spicy, something a bit new, hopefully, from these players this weekend.
Hopefully so. I mean, you speak of like Nidalee. Obviously, I was watching the battles. It was a champion that Rafa really wanted to see come through as well, but wasn't quite able to come through on that one, unfortunately. So maybe he's watching this one, or maybe even the VODs of this one, and it does come through for him. But I mean, I did actually get to play her when she first came out onto the Rift. I thought, you know what? I'll join back up. Let's see how it goes with these new champions. And she's actually pretty fun, right? Like, she's very familiar to a hero I know from a different game, but it's kind of like I like the transformation, right? I like the range. Obviously, does quite a lot of damage as well, but also can be a bit of a glass cannon as well. So, and from what I was seeing from the battles, there was a mixture of, depending on what the kind of team was like, the team would either go tank jungle, like we saw quite a bit of Poppy come through as well, but then we've been seeing quite a bit of carries like the Lee Sin still come through.
Yeah, exactly. The carries are still going to be very popular. The likes of the Lee Sin, the Viego. You might be seeing more utility players playing in the jungle, utility champions playing in the jungle, like the Jarvan and the Vi. Just an update, we're roughly about a minute or 2 away from draft, so yapping for too long, as we'll hopefully get the drafts on your screen very soon. But yeah, like I said, there's a different variety of very important coming into it to see, you know, these kind of carry junglers pilot maybe something that they're not used to seeing, something like the potential of the Jarvan and the Vi, as well as Nidalee gets banned away straight away. So Baguette's also banned this a lot in the battles as well. So I think this is just a champion that Final Wax is not comfortable on, and they just don't want to leave it open.
Yeah, don't give over to Snorlax. The Aatrox is another pick that I've been seeing from the battles that actually got banned out quite frequently as well. I'm assuming it's still obviously up into the top side of the map. Maybe potentially we've seen sometimes into the jungles with previous battles and showdowns. But the second ban coming through here for the side of Baguette is waiting for that one. It looks like it's actually going to be really orientated around the jungle here. I mean, Vi being banned out as well. I mean, this has been like a champion for quite some time that's had a lot of popularity in the jungle and still quite a lot of playmaking potential as well.
Yeah, one of the more utility junglers really with the crowd control, with the cease and desist on the ultimate, I think just becomes very, very powerful. As you mentioned, at the moment, it's very focused along the jungle at the moment. Aatrox potentially a jungle ban, Vi and also Nidalee. I think when you look at junglers in general, I think both these junglers, Final Wax and Snorlax, are some of the best that we have in EMEA. So when you want to try and make sure that you try and cut a certain player down, that's something that we might see a little bit later on, but focusing Snorlax at the moment and also banning out the Lucian as well to get that one away. So even though, you know, Lucian is one of the champions that did get nerfed a few patches ago, in the previous patch with Bloodthirster, now we're losing the lifeline shield. It means that Lucian is now back as one of the strongest AD carries. Then Nautilus being the last ban as well. So first pick priorities, could be looking at maybe some potential solo laners, potentially another jungler. Ezreal first pick is an interesting one. That is not something I was expecting to come into today.
I mean, is it going to be down to the bot side here, or will it obviously appear into the mid lane? Obviously, I'm sure that it's going to give it over to Jash, right? Like, that's probably going to be the MO of this one. Then Gwen coming through, top side of the map here. I mean, that is a... Obviously, we like to see a lot of the AP here, champions, from what I was hearing with you and Rafa. Like, there is a big priority for these picks because there's not that many in terms of, like, carry potential with the APs, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I think it's very important to make sure that you grab hold of your AP carries early on, or it'll just get banned out later on down the line. Carlos is going to be looking in the Gwen. We get Bard in game number 1 as well. Bard is very, very interesting. With Bard, you get to see a lot with the carry potential the Bard has. The engage as well with the ultimate, I think, is so, so important. You've got the with the ultimate, it can sometimes be a great engage, but also sometimes could be really bad at the same time if you miss it, but also hit the wrong target. But still a very, very strong carry. And that's going to be hands on Nabil in the support as well. So usually we see Nabil on tanks. Sometimes he goes a little bit too far. Sometimes he does some crazy stuff. But on the Bard, he has a little bit more playmaking potential.
Oh, I mean, we was talking about obviously the AP carries here. Obviously, now that we get the Akali come through for the side of Baguettes, I believe that will be going over to random into the mid lane here. Obviously, we now have the Camille as well. I mean, that kind of opens up to me, thinking back from all the battles and the showdowns we've had, like the Galio potentially coming through here for the side of Baguette, maybe, to get that synergy with the Hextech Ultimatum as well as the Global Ultimate there. But once we were saying introduction as well, that the Lee Sin and the carry jungles being a priority. But hey, they call out the Galio. It's like, you're not having that one. Sorry.
No Galio going to be on the cards here. I think that Galio could work very well with the likes of against the Bard, because the Bard can do quite a lot of damage, but also just has great setup potential. So also the Camille Galio combo, as you mentioned, very, very powerful as well. So that's going to be taken off. Akali as a solo laner, though, with the Camille, I think it's going to be very important. Both these solo laners, both Patres and Random, some of the best we have, again, going up against the likes of Carlos. I hope we do. I think most of the time Random is going to go into the mid, but I do hope at least once in this series we get to see Random against Carlos in the side lane, because I think, in my opinion, these are the two best that we really have. Both Carlos and Random, two of the best that we have. So that's going to be really, really nice to see. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually goes through, but we'll have to wait until we get in game. Rakan also banned as well, so big priority in terms of banning supports right now.
I mean, I believe one of the battles I actually watched was where Random actually did go up to the side lane, right? Like he was up top side of the map with the Camille, I believe it was actually. So I think it could be potential here with this one, depending on what the mid lane matchup is going to be for the side of RM. But it's going to be the Xayah being picked up here as well. Obviously, good ultimate to dodge a lot of those potential dives onto your marksman here. But obviously, it's not going to be the Rakan and Xayah combo that has been banned out. So in terms of the support pool, it's getting pretty low here. Obviously, they do have the likes of the Braum, maybe even the Poppy here as well.
Poppy's an interesting one. It could potentially be Poppy on support, but we did also see Heste on Camille support. I don't know if we'll see that again. We did see it last week in the battle where Heste went for Camille support. I'll be very surprised if we see it again, to be honest with you, but it could very well be Poppy support. Can work very well against the likes of the Lee Sin dash. You've got Gwen's dash as well. Nocturne is going to be the final lock-in for the jungle for final whack. So you have a lot of dive here on the side of Baguette. You have the Nocturne dive, and of course he takes everything into darkness as well. So you don't really know where the likes of the Akali and the Camille are going to come from when Nocturne uses ultimate. And I think that's a very, very scary sign, because if we look at International Jobcenter's comp at the moment, I was going to say they don't really have a lot of front line. Volibear being locked in, I think, is great. It offers a lot of front line for them. But when you have this Bard support, it does mean that you don't have a lot of frontline. Instead, you're kind of playing around this in enchanter style or this more carry style of a support, but you need frontline. And I think it's very worrying for International Jobcenter when you're coming up against the likes of the Poppy dive, the Camille dive, the Akali, and the Nocturne, going onto someone like the Xayah Blam, which, as you said, still has the ultimate though to try and stop some of this dive coming on through. So I think Xayah overall was a great choice here.
Yeah, definitely trying to like predetermine all the dive potential here from the side of Baguette. But I do like the Volibear being locked in here as well. Potentially, obviously, Volibear up top side of the map. Then now Gwen's going to go and kind of flex into the mid lane, I believe, here now. So they definitely looking to have the brawl kind of like tank go up against the Camille here, Bruiser against Bruiser kind of combo top side of the map. But it's going to be the potential, obviously, of the steals as well, right? Like, obviously, Carlos going to be able to kind of like try and dive into the pit of these neutral objectives, try and get the steal last hits here. But we're going to get into game number one here between International Jobcenter and
my
Baguette.
God, he's done it again. Oh, he's done it again. Heste playing on Camille support again. He did the exact same last week, and it worked out. But this time, I think he's against a lot better players and a much better team as well. Will Heste be able to do it 2 times in a row? That would be the question.
I think it all comes down to did RM actually watch the battles, you know, like say, hey, let's see what happens. Let's see what kind of fruity picks come through here. But definitely the Camille support, definitely one of the most unorthodox of supports here, but I mean, it does have the functions like we were talking about within the draft, right? Obviously, dive potential, using the Hextech ultimatum to try and lock down the Xayah, maybe even potentially the Gwen here from the side of Baguette.
Oh, I don't know how he's going to pilot this, to be honest. I mean, it's going to be the same sort of thing where you have the... Oh, actually, Gwen looking for an invade into the bot side at the moment. Might be actually getting caught out as well. It's a bit of a fight happening in the bot side, but I don't think too much is going to happen. No, it's just a little bit of a trade back and forth, and I think overall it's just going to mean that Final Act has to go back to base. But yeah, as I was mentioning, Camille support, you never really see it at all in solo queue. It's more of a pick that you really just kind of play around your ultimate, and that's it. You have a little bit of poke during the early laning phase, but then you really use your ultimate just for lockdown. That's the only time that you really use it. And then you're just a tank. You're more of a tank rather than a bruiser. You just use your ultimate, jump in, and just hope that that lockdown is enough for you. So
yeah, hope
have to see how he
hope
pilots
you're not going to
it.
get shredded by any kind of damage from your enemy team. But like you said, obviously, it's going to be a little bit more of a different play style here from the Hestes onto the Camille, but just having that one solo kind of idea. But also, there it is. Like, he just dives over the wall, like, just gets the double knockback, just completely mitigates any kind of push there.
It's so funny. Like, I didn't think that we would see it in the showdown. I thought it was more of a pick that he was kind of cooking up last week, and this week he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna lock in now. I'm just gonna play meta picks, and I'm just gonna play what's really, really strong. But no, instead he's going actually for the Camille support again. So yeah, we'll have to see how he pilots this at the moment, but nothing really too fancy so far in the early game random, early game with random, but Dash could be potentially getting caught out here. No, nothing happening there. And we go back to the stealth state, Blam. There's nothing really going on at the moment, to be honest.
Oh, yes. A lot of tit for tat. The part that we love about Wild Rift the most, right? The people are sitting under the turrets, just clearing out the minion waves, just trying to get some kind of leeway here. But I mean, you see Snorlax is helping himself to the enemy jungle, just trying to get those resources up, get that lead ever so slightly, around about 300 gold at this moment in time, which is not going to be a big deciding factor here, but it could be the potential snowball for the side of International Jobcenter.
That's kind of what I expect from a game like this, is both these teams are very well skilled. They have a lot of respect for each other. You see a lot with like Final Wax was streaming earlier today. He was playing against some of these players like Nabil and like Snorlax as well. Like these players have had a lot of games against each other, but also a lot of games with each other as well. And I think that's kind of showing in this early game, that both teams are showing respect towards each other, and they're kind of waiting for these first objectives to spawn. You're seeing they're trying to get little advantages with early invades, with early advantages, trying to steal away some Krugs, trying to steal away some walls, or potentially the Raptors, but nothing too crazy so far in this early game, which means that, like I said, we're pretty much a stalemate at the moment, but it's kind of what kind of expected.
Yeah, it's like you say, they've got to kind of play it coy until these neutral objectives come online here. I mean, I'm assuming there's going to be a bit more of a push for the Rift Herald. Obviously, still quite the Baron Nashor, sorry, as well as the Rift Herald, going to be a bit more priority there, because obviously the Dragon Soul, I believe, from last time we played and last many showdowns have kind of like killed the overall thing of the Dragon, right? You need to get the Dragon Soul for it to be even considered a decent thing or a decent buff here onto Rift, and obviously being the Ocean Drake here, probably not the best one.
No, I think if this is something to expect, I think that it's going to be... Actually, Nocturne used his ultimate, but I think he lost vision. I think he was actually going to try and jump onto me like Solo Bolo, but unfortunately actually doesn't use the ultimate at all. So a bit of a waste. And with the objectives coming up as well, Nocturne's early game ultimate cooldown is very, very long. So I don't think he's actually going to have it up for the objectives for the Dragon and the Rift Herald spawn, which is a very important cooldown.
Yeah, very devastated here for the side of Baguette. Sorry, is it Baguette? I think the tags are switched at the moment. No, that's back to normal now. There we go. Thank you. They're correct now. There we go. The Baguettes are onto the blue side, and obviously International Jobcenter onto the red side here. Sorry for the confusion over there, but obviously 25 seconds onto these neutral objectives. To see already kind of like building up around about the mid lane here, trying to get the priority for the push, give them a bit more leeway and openings for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you see both teams at the moment setting up towards the Rift Herald. Actually, they might be able to catch up Final Wax here in the jungle, but there we go. Heste is there again, the Camille support. The Lockdive is going in onto this blue buff just before the Rift Herald spawn, and that does give the vision priority over to International Jobcenter if they do want to start this. Note the Final Wax Nocturne ultimate is still not off cooldown. That's a big ultimate at the moment, but the rest of the ultimates are up and available.
Yeah, it makes an important decision here. Does the International Jobcenter decide to go and just completely commit to this one? Obviously, Random is here, just like stalking around. Maybe just careful. He doesn't want to get caught out there. I mean, definitely a bit of damage being dealt onto him, but seeing Final Wax take a bit of damage. It looks like they're going to try and just like change the focus here, knowing that the Enchanted Ensemble has been taken. But now we're seeing Furin just trying to push here. Ooh. So close. The damage is being done here onto the side of Final Wax. He has to escape, but Hestis gets taken down by First Blood here.
Oh, the first one comes on through. Final Wax actually uses the ultimate instead now, but here comes Patrez. Flashes in onto the Gwen. He actually dashes back away. He's still alive, but here comes Puppy. The Random is able to get the kill in the end. Very scrappy trade in the bot side. You know, the Dragon was trying to be taken there by Final Wax, but they couldn't take it in time. They're way too slow on that rotation. And Solo Bolo, Nabil's ultimate there on board was perfect, absolutely perfectly timed.
It was perfect, but I mean, at the same time, you see that Shy's completely pushed the T1 into the mid lane, right? Like, that's completely been decimated. Top side of the map's now been owned by the side of International Jobcenter. So even though that brawl was super scrappy there, they were able to get so much more here for the side of the red team. And obviously, not just that, you kind of like look to the top side of the map, at the screen as well. I mean, you're looking at around about 2k gold lead also. So for the side, I feel like that was definitely worthwhile for International Jobcenter. Yes, the playmaking and a little bit of show boost in there from the side of Baguettes was fantastic to watch, but ultimately, you have to give up to International Jobcenter.
Yeah, 2 towers in the end. They're able to get that Rift Herald. Of course, they used that Rift Herald to break one of the towers, and in the end, no towers go in the hands of Baguette, so a little bit unfortunate there for the moment, but that does mean, however, top side of the map, and unfortunately, it looks like they're getting caught again. Josh is down, Heste is down, and this is the advantage of playing a champion like Bard. You have the roaming potential, which is just so strong that you could just go from one side map to the other in a matter of seconds and make plays to get your team ahead.
It just puts pressure onto the map as well, right? Like the fact is you have this utility from your support. You're able to just teleport here and there, and then just kind of like definitely put the pressure on it when the enemy team's already down by 2 turrets here. I mean, we are seeing a bit of a 2v1 bot side of the map here. Carlos is trying to kind of sustain all that damage, and he's not going to be able to do it here.
Oh, my God, the healing.
The healing came through. It was just enough, and that flash at the moment in time just got him out of that safety.
He survived the 1 versus 2 dive there. Both the flashes used for Akali and Nocturne. And here comes Snorlax as well to finish off the job. He gets 1. Gwen takes the other kill as well. And International Jobcenter are making it work at the moment. Mistake after mistake from Baguette means that at the moment International Jobcenter are well and truly ahead of this game.
They're ahead right now. Obviously, getting the status there. It's not going to be enough. Random. Sorry, you know, Jash has to be careful. He's able to obviously flash over the wall there. The ultimate shot barrage just come through, lands onto and deals a bit of damage onto Shy, but it's not going to be enough there. Obviously, the takedown of the Lee Sin. Snorlax goes down. The Hextech ultimatum as well, locking Shy into place. I mean, this is definitely a devastating blow here for the side of International Jobcenter, but they do have not Poppy, the volley bear up front here. Solo Bolo just trying to kind of like do any kind of damage possible in this mid lane.
It's starting to get a little bit scrappy now for both teams. I mean, Baguette, as I mentioned, has made quite a few mistakes in this bot side of the map, with both the dive not working out and multiple times, really, the dive not working out in that bot lane. And it's meant that International Jobcenter capitalize on the mistakes that Baguettes have made throughout this entire game. And at the moment, they have a 2,000 gold lead, so it's still not a crazy big gold lead at the moment. The big lead, though, is in the jungle. Snorlax is so far ahead on this Lee Sin right now, and this is a champion that if it's ahead in the early game, it becomes very difficult to try and lock down later on.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole point of playing the carry, right? You definitely want to be having that lead into your designated lane, being the jungle here. Obviously, 9k to 7.2k is going to be scary. There, the Bard. Mr. Solo Bolo himself gets caught out with the Hextech ultimatum. He goes through the portal, but there's no way back, unfortunately. Snorlax getting bumped into the wall here as well. This could spell disaster for the side of International Jobcenter. They're down 2 members as well. That's a 3-0 trade. They're looking to take down Carlos as well, but he's trying to soak the damage, but gets taken down in the end by Jash.
Oh my, it's just mistake after mistake at the moment for both teams. Nabil thought he had the opportunity to go in there, but he jumped straight on in. Hold on, Gwen. Can she Can she get any kills? Can she steal anything? No. Not going to be able to steal the Baron in the end. The Baron gets taken by Baguette. But Nabil had a really clutch ultimate at the start of that engage in the top side, but then went on through with the portal. Just went straight on top of a Poppy in melee range and a Camille in melee range, and just got absolutely bursted down. And when Nabil goes down at the start of the fight, it becomes a 4 versus 5. And there's not really much that International Jobcenter could do when they don't have their support. They don't have that their playmaker in the end. So Nabil going down at the start of the fight was really huge, but a bit of a too eager play there for Nabil. Maybe needs to be a little bit more careful when it comes to these exchanges in these team fights.
Hey, if there's anything you can say about Nabil, he's a man of commitment, right? Like, he definitely committed to that play, even though it might have not been the best play possible for his team, and definitely at the detriment of their gold lead as well, right? I mean, International Jobcenter moments ago were literally like 2k gold ahead, and now they are flittering this gold lead ever so drastically now. I mean, definitely going over to the favor of Baguette, able to get around about just under a 1k gold lead, looking to actually get some priority onto the map here as well, but Random here has to be careful. I'm sorry, Dandelion has to be careful. Careful. There's the Hextech ultimatum. Maybe it's going to be the saving grace here from over the wall. It's going to be the lockdown, but there's actually no kill onto Snorlax. But now he goes good night. Snorlax down. Some more damage being dealt over to the side of the International Jobcenter. But I think the K here is just to force them away from this T2. The status has been procced here by Nabil into the back line. Now it's going to be the dive from Carlos. He's trying to do damage onto the back line of Baguette, but is it going to be enough? Random is soaking a lot of that. Gwen coming in with a last saving grace, but Carlos having to use the flash.
I mean, Jash is starting to do a lot of damage now on this Ezreal. 2 items on his Ezreal, and he was completely untouched throughout that entire exchange. Carlos is tanky, but when he's not diving onto the Ezreal and he's allowing the Ezreal to just free hit and use his abilities, then Jash is in a great spot when it comes to the positioning in these team fights. But it's really well played by Patres on this Akali, diving in, keeping that survivability alive, surviving that 1 versus 2, and then Random comes on in to save the day as well. This game could not be closer. It's back and forth between these 2 teams right now to see who's going to put their ticket into tomorrow's grand final.
I mean, it's what we were saying, obviously, what you guys were alluding to in the battles, right? I mean, it was definitely a stomp fest within the battles, but now the showdown is happening, and it's definitely a showdown in every sense of the word. Like you were saying, there has been very brawl-centric fights, but they've not been kind of like, they commit, they die, and then that's it. It's been a very long, drawn-out kind of like war rather than a battle between these 2 teams. And yes, Baguette wasn't having the greatest of the early game, but now we're seeing that 14 minutes onto the board here. Baguette's are leading with the gold here. They're leading with the turrets as well. They're looking for more blood into the enemy jungle. Carlos has to ult out of this team fight. He's got to be careful. The damage is coming through. Luckily for them, Patris's Akali is not going to be able to re-engage there with that second proc of that skill. But there's Puppy ult, completely takes Bard out of the competition here. And still, they're very lucky. Can the True Shot Barrage land onto the Gwen? No.
Nope. That was close. I was looking at the same thing as well there, Bam. I was like, oh, is the Gwen going to die with a True Shot Barrage? But doesn't in the end. No one dies in the end, though. I think it's very difficult for them to lock down this Volibear, especially with him having Radiant Virtue as well. So he's going to have so much healing when he uses his ultimate. And of course, he gets that extra tankiness as well. So I think it's a very difficult target to try and lock down. But sometimes that can be the only target that you're really focusing early on. So for now, it does seem like they are going to try and look to pressure towards this Baron. No team are going to start it just yet, though. Again, given the respect, just clearing vision right now.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need, obviously, in terms of optimization, you talk about the Radiant Virtue there, but I mean, this battle going on once again, just flying through with the Hextech Ultimatum, but there it's going to be a lot of damage onto the Shy, into the backside of that team fight. Means Zaya's not going to be able to give over any kind of damage right now, and they're lacking damage onto the side of International Job Center, but they're definitely doing their fair dues. Into the back line. Mattress with a takedown now gets status. Can he escape with this one? Snorlax with the engage, but the axe is going to get taken down as well.
Oh my god, Patres with the fancy feed. That was beautiful on Akali. Uses the stasis, perfectly timed with the ultimate as well. He jumps in with his ultimate. He does a little bit of damage. He uses the stasis, and then the second part of his ultimate comes out. He dashes away with the second part of his ultimate and his third ability into the rest of his team. And he just made the International Job Center look silly in the end. Like, that was some crazy play there.
Yeah, dripping in finesse was Patris there. Absolutely beautiful. Like, obviously, we thought he was going to die. Obviously, the status, like you said, was just perfectly timed there. And he was just able to showboat his way out of that whole team fight. And now you're seeing the Baguettes are just trying to make sure they're able to tend these lanes, looking to get priority into the mid lane, into the bot side of the map as well here. I mean, not a single inhibitor has been taken down just yet onto the side of International Job Center. So they still have that kind of like final frontier here for them to try and come back. But 6k gold lead, is this something that can come back from if they aren't able to contest, let's say, for example, the Elder Dragon?
Yeah, I think it becomes very, very difficult now. You can see the International Job Center are on the back foot right now, but I think it's very hard for them to try and siege these towers, though. Poppy will take one of the towers in the top side, and maybe they look to dive in. Heste's just dead. What happened to Heste in the mid lane? Looks like he was trying to dive in potentially underneath the tower, but he went a little bit too soon because Random was in the top lane trying to push the tower, and Heste goes in. Just a little bit of miscommunication there.
It's what happens when the past few team fights go in your favor, right? You get a little bit lost in the sauce here onto the side of Baguette. They're definitely still looking like a firm Baguette. They're not soggy right now. They definitely need to make sure they don't make those same mistakes over and over again. You can see that Jash here is just trying to solo bolo the Infernal Drake just to get another soul onto the Gorge because they are already having the priority here into that Dragon objective. Get the Infernal Dragon as well. So just another string in the bow of Baguettes for now. They're just trying to maintain and make sure that they're not giving as much room for the side of International Job Center to come back.
Yeah, we won't be having a soul this game. The first dragon wasn't taken until like 13 minutes in the game. I think that just shows the priority that both the teams have really on this dragon. The Rift Herald at the start of the game was such a big priority, and that's how really International Job Center got this early lead. But when it came to the team fights, Baguettes have been performing so well in these team fights, especially Patrez as well on this Akali. He's been performing exceptionally well on this pick, just catching out members constantly throughout this entire game. And now it comes down, as you mentioned, to this Elder Drake, which spawns in 30 seconds time. Both the teams are posturing around the bot side of this map. It's really about if Patrez can get onto the backline here. If he can fiddle his way through, then potentially there could be a play. But Heste at the moment getting a little bit caught out.
Oh, I mean, they're definitely being very aggressive here, obviously, into the back line. We do see that Random is just trying to soak a lot of that damage. I mean, he's definitely doing the job, but he's able to escape now. But it's going to be Heste's into the back line, use the Exec ultimatum to lock down Carlos. Now it's going to be Patrez. He comes in with a clean 2 kills. That's really going to put them in a good position here for this Elder.
Patrez is so clean on this Akali. It's insane. And Volibear was trying his best to actually heal the rest of his team by using his ultimate, but he couldn't in the end. And now they're just desperation call now to try and stop this Elder Dragon from being taken. But I think it's too little, too late. Actually saying that, it's 9,000 HP at the moment. So maybe there's a way the International Job Center could try and join back into the fight. But no, it doesn't look like it. Jash is just killing every single one of them. The Elder Drake gets taken. Snorlax is potentially going to escape on 1 HP. No! Jash gets the killing blow in the end. That is an ace for Baguette, and they're going to go towards their 3rd Baron of the game.
Yeah, not quite having the great pressure into these lanes. Obviously, there is still some quite big, fat, juicy red minion waves top side and into the bot side of the map as well, into that mid lane, but definitely putting salt into the wound, not only getting the Elder Dragon, they now have the Baron Nashor as well, so it's definitely going to kind of further their push potential into those inhibitors, which are still standing here for the side of International Job Center. But honestly, the point where I knew that International Job Center could not rejoin that fight was when that True Shot Barrage came through, did so much damage onto the Gwen, so much damage onto the Xayah as well. It was just like, they couldn't actually, let me look at that. Like, 1/3 of the health of Xayah is already gone. Shy has to go back to base.
Yeah, this Ezreal was doing so much damage now. As you just said, that Xayah just got hit by the True Shot Barrage. Half her health got taken, and that meant that she had to go all the way back to back. Random just going to use the ultimate as a zoning tool to try and take down this tower, but they're going to go diving in underneath the Nexus. They got the super minions pushing in. They have the Elder Drake as well. Double kill for Jash in the end, and the super minions, the Baron Dot minions are going to push on in, and Baguette take game number 1 in this best of 5. That is the perfect way to start a showdown in this semi-final. Back and forth, trades after trades overall. It was what an incredible showing by both these teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you forget how deadly the Elder Dragon's execute is until you get hit by, obviously, Jash on that very fed Ezreal towards the end there. Like, I think it was maybe 1 or 2 hits. He got to the actual point where the execution would be procted, and then that's it. Everyone just got deleted, but definitely well played by Baguette, sorry. I always gave dues over to the International Job Center. I mean, the early game was definitely in their favor, right? Like, they were leading by around about 2k gold lead. They had definitely a momentum going for them, but it all really changed around that big team fight, right? Like, they were just getting decimated there. Obviously, Patrez with the outplays, being able to obviously dive into the backline, survive as well. Just kind of this felt like that the scalability of the side of Baguette's was much bigger influence within this one, because obviously it got quite a way into the game with the Elder Drake as well, coming onto the Rift here, and then coming through for the side of Baguette. So definitely well played. I mean, I don't know how their other series went against International Job Center, but to get that first point onto the board here definitely kind of looks like they're trying to dethrone them into that 3rd place bracket.
Yeah, exactly. I think that when it comes to the early game, Baguette definitely did make a few mistakes, which I think was their own kind of detriment in the early game, and why they were so far behind early on. They lost the early Rift Herald. It was a bit of a mistake from Final Wax as well, because he used his Nocturne ultimate early on, which meant he didn't actually have it for that Rift Herald fight. It has such a long cooldown in that early game, but you can see the scaling came on through in the end. The Poppy was really tanky and just providing so much crowd control. The Ezreal damage in the end was just absolutely insane. And And even Heste was a little bit useful as well. As I said, with the support Camille pick, which I wasn't really expecting to see, it did come in pretty clutch in the late game team fights with the Hextech Ultimatum, locking down targets in the end. Instead of playing this more, I guess, carry style on the top side, you saw of his build, he went Divine Sundera, he went Sundera Sky, he was all about survivability, he was all about durability, and he was just using his lockdown his ultimate, to lock down the first target that he saw. And then as soon as that happens, you have to follow up afterwards from the likes of the Ezreal, the Akali diving on in, and the Poppy as well. And I think that team synergy in the end, in the late game team fights, I think was a big difference.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you saw the function of the team, right? Like, obviously, the way that comp really worked there was obviously, like you were saying, with the Poppy, the Camille, straight into the team fights. And then it was just kind of like the whole point was to see if Patris, as well as Final Wax, was able to try and get any kind of pickoffs. And then we were only really started to see Jash come online, which was towards the latter part of this game, right? But when he did, he was getting triple kills left, right, and center. So that's where the damage was coming through for the side of Baguette. And you have to give it over to them. Obviously, creativity with the Camille pick wasn't always the obvious choice of trying to get the X-Tech Ultimatum onto Xayah. I mean, a lot of the times we saw it go onto Carlos as well, right? Like just jump in onto the Volley Bear. He obviously had the Divine Sunder as well, the anti-health item, just trying to just run down this big snow bear in this team fights, because I think Carlos in the early game, especially with team fights, we saw him out-sustain that 2v1 down to the bot side of the map, right? Like, he was, at that moment in time, I think the intel for Baguette to be like, right, okay, we need to take him out of the team fight as quick as possible. And you saw quite a few times there from Baguette that they were able to take down Carlos pretty much effectively within the first part of the team fights.
Yeah, you can see how strong Volibear can be in the side lane, like you mentioned, with the sustain, with the tankiness that he has in the end. I think becomes very, very difficult to try and lock him down. And maybe that's one of the reasons why you pick something like Camille as well, because with Volibear's ultimate, he has that dive that can go in onto the backline. But I think most of the time he was not even using his ultimate aggressively. Like, I don't think I saw a time where Carlos used his Volibear ultimate to go forward in a fight. He was always saving it as kind of like this last minute survivability tool, or a tool to try and keep his team alive, maybe with the Radiant Virtue healing coming on through. That could have been one of the reasons why he went for the item. But because he wasn't using his ultimate aggressively, it didn't feel like Josh was in any danger throughout this entire game. I think throughout most of the game, he was just sitting in the back line, using his abilities, playing safe as well. And they didn't really have any lockdown for this Ezreal. You know, if the Volibear jumps in, if the Ezreal jumps, if the Lee Sin jumps on in, the Ezreal still has a dash to be able to get away. So has the flash to be able to get away as well. So overall, I think it was the team composition for Baguette that came out clutch in the end in the late game team fights. But as I said, like in this second game, I want to see the early game be a little bit smoother, like a little bit less mistakes in the early game, because I think it was a few in the side lanes with a few of the dives not really working out too well, and they got punished quite a lot in the early game, but the late game scaling was just pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely the mistake towards the latter part of the game as well, right? Like where we saw, I believe it was Patris, he dived in a little bit too early, took a lot of the damage, and then that was it. It was kind of like taken out of the rift for a little while there. There was kind of like what seemed to look like a bit of a split push potential from random, and then it kind of just fell at the wayside there, which is around when that Infernal Drake came online. So it wasn't the worst mistake to be made here by Baguette, because they already had the leeway with the all three lanes being pushed there. So they knew they had time. They knew they had a means of coming back from that mistake. And obviously the key to that was making sure they got the Elder Dragon. Because I think if the side of International Jobcenter was able to contest that Elder Dragon, I think the game would still definitely be going. But fortunately for the side of Baguette, they just were able to play the team fights a little bit better. They had the front line, like you said.
Yeah, I think unfortunately they tried to really contest the Elder Dragon, but when you lose your front line, when you lose your Volibear that early on, like I said, we saw that big fight in the bottom side of the map towards that blue buff. We saw Heste jumping in with the Camille ultimate, kind of trying to lock down the Volibear. And like I said, even though sometimes it might not feel like Volibear is the best target, when you're playing this kind of front to back style, you just kill the first target in front of you. And especially if you're able to kill the Volibear as well, that's all of the front line gone for International Jobcenter, because they were playing the Bard. They didn't have that frontline support that we usually see quite a lot. You know, we usually see like the Galio, Ornn, Maokai, Nautilus, you know, these sort of tank champions that you usually play as that support role, to be that frontline tank so your team can step forward. They didn't have that this game. The Bill was on that Bard instead, which he did make a few really great plays on the Bard. Also, he made that bit of a misplay in the top side as well, with the portal going straight into Poppy and Camille into melee range, which, to be fair, I think was kind of the start of the comeback, I guess we could say, for Baguette, was that mistake by Nabil in the top side and Baguette's getting that ace in the top lane.
Yeah, exactly. Just completely formulating that huge team fight, and then obviously just able to kind of just recreate any kind of pressure that International Jobcenter already placed onto Baguette at that point of the game. Because when you got 5 members down, there's like, I mean, we even saw Gwen try and go into the pit of the Baron Nashor, right? Like towards the end of it, it's like, hey, can we get a kill here? It's kind of like, you know what? All my team's dead. I may as well try and go for a bit of like a saving grace play here, but unfortunately came out shortchanged. But we're going to get into the draft of game number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. You can see top side of the screen is going to be the Fearless draft update here. Obviously, here champions like Poppy, Volibear, the Nocturne, Lee Sin, Akali, the Gwen, Ezreal, Zaya, as well as the Camille and the Bard are not going to be available for these 2 teams going forward.
That's the important thing as well, I guess, to note is that with the Camille now being taken off as the support, I guess that also kind of pinches the solo lane pool quite a bit as well. I think it's very interesting to see the Camille gets taken away as a support, but like I said, most of the time you see Camille in one of them solo lanes, so that's going to be kind of taken away this time around. But it is going to be Jobcenter now who is going to be taking the blue side since they lost game number 1, so they'll be taking the blue side for game number 1, and Baguette will be on the red side. So we'll have to see if Nidalee is still going to be the ban again for Baguette. I believe their bans are kind of swapped at the moment with it was International Jobcenter, the banned Aurora in game number 1, and Aatrox, I believe, was banned by International Jobcenter in game number 1. So a bit of a swap at the moment in terms of bans, but the priority going to be Shyvana, so taking it away from Final Wax, one of his comfort picks. No surprise there. Again, both the junglers being a really big target, I feel like, for both of these teams. Like I said, jungle being such an important role in Wild Rift, with just so much potential of carry, so much engage potential, and you have so much freedom around the map when you get to clear through your jungle. So no surprise here that there's just so many jungle bans in every single game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they go for, obviously, onto the Prio blue pick here. Obviously, last time we got the Prio pick for Jash, right? Obviously, it was the star play towards the end of that first game between these 2 teams. So did they look for something similar, right? Did they go for one of their carry picks? Did they go for Shy's pick? Did they lock in Snorlax? But maybe a big contest for the support pick as well, right? Like maybe because we've seen, obviously, the takedown of Bard here from Solo Bolo, as well as now as Hesty. Now bang out the Nautilus here as well, which was obviously hovered as one of the first bans for the side of Baguette. Makes you think that maybe a support pick here might be one of the prios to go for.
Lucian. Actually going to be swapped to Lucian, it seems like, last second in the end. So that's going to be swapped out for that Lucian. So the Nautilus is open. Interesting enough, in game number 1, Rumble wasn't considered at all, but this time around, Jobcenter banning out that Rumble. Is that Nautilus going to be the first pick? It looks like it is. Nabil is going to be on the hands of the Nautilus. And I guess for Baguette, it's kind of a decision of which one do you give over? Do you give over Lucian, or do you give over the Nautilus? Some teams sometimes will just leave them both open and kind of handshake one pick for the other. But I think overall, Lucian is just by far the best AD carry at the moment in the current meta. So as long as you take out the Lucian, then you can always pair, Nautilus. You can always go against Nautilus with another support. But both solo laners being locked in straight away again for Baguette here. I think it kind of shows that it was the same in game number 1 as well. Baguette really wants comfort picks for both of their solo laners. And I think that was a really big reason why they won game number 1, was both Random and Patras being on 2 of their comfort picks. Random on Poppy, Patras on Akali. They were both 2 really strong carries. And again, they're going to be on 2 really strong picks again, with Jax most likely going for Patras and Random on his Fiora pick. His potent Fiora pick, one of the cleanest Fioras I think I've seen on the Rift when it comes to EMEA.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely one of the cleanest here. But I mean, yeah. Could we even rule out here Hestes goes for, maybe just tickle the brain a bit here for me, Stu, goes for the Jack support for the Counter-Strike, maybe go for a leap just to get that kind of lockdown that we saw in game number 1. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, don't.
It would be funny. It would be funny, right? Like, hey, get 2 very unorthodox solo lane picks off of the Fearless draft for your enemy team, but use them as supports would be hilarious. But Onto the side of International Jobcenter, they go for the Severe here as well. Very one of the biggest contested picks that we saw in the battles and showdowns last time around, I believe, as well.
Yeah, that's going to be picked up straight away. I think when it comes down to AD carries, I think when you've taken Lucian off the cards, you've taken the Xayah off as well. I think they're two of the best right now. You potentially have the likes of the Corki could be another option. But outside of that, you go back down to Severe. You also have Senna being picked by Jash, which was one of his most popular picks last week in the battles. They like to pair Senna with like an Ornn support potentially, which could come out here for Heste, or they could leave it as the last pick. But there you go, there's the Ornn. Same combo as what they played last week in the battles. That Senna Ornn combo can be very powerful. Senna, throughout this entire year, I think has received so many incredible buffs, and she is very, very strong right now. This will be more of the fasting Senna style where you actually see Ornn being the one that's going to be farming the lane and taking the minions, and Senna's just going to be there stacking stalls and just trying to poke down the enemy bot lane as much as possible, which when you're against the likes of a Nautilus and a Severe, they don't have a lot of range in that bot lane. So I think Jash is going to have a very strong time in his bot side.
Yeah, I can say that last time, obviously, that came through. It was definitely random on the Fiora, right? Because we had Rumble into the top side of the map, and then obviously we had Final Wax on the Nocturne, which obviously got burnt out this time around. So the potential that either the Jax is going to be into the top side here, or are they going to lock in another carry pick onto the side of Baguettes here? But I mean, the Vi as well as the Swain coming through here. It's going to be the Jarvan. So Jarvan into the jungle. I mean, he has been played as support before as well, right? Like, there is a bit of a flex onto this draft if we're really looking at it, right? Like, we could see the Ornn go topside. We could see the Jarvan go as support as well. Like, there's a bit of a change and flex in this one. But like you said, if they've already played Jash and Hestes on the Senna and Ornn combo, I can imagine if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. I think most likely the Jarvan will be in the jungle. And again, you kind of see two different styles of junglers. In the first game, we saw two carry junglers with the Nocturne and the Lee Sin. This time is two utility junglers with the Vi and the Jarvan, where the Vi is all about trying to lock someone down with her ultimate and trying to follow up afterwards with all the damage. Jarvan on the other side is all about lockdown with his ultimate. And I think the most important thing in this game is that there's not a lot of dashes. When you're playing against an AD carry like the Severe, you don't have a dash to be able to get away. You don't have a way to escape that Cataclysm, which I think is going to be very, very important. But this is a type of jungler that I haven't seen Final Wax play too much. So it'd be interesting to see how he pilots this more tank supportive style of jungler compared to something like we see him all the time, like the carry junglers like Viego that we haven't seen yet, like Nidalee, like Riven, like Aatrox. You know, we haven't seen him on any of these other carry style junglers this game. It will be on that Jarvan, which can be quite nice.
I mean, I remember a time on the Rift where we'd go for first strike lethality Jarvan. But now we're going to get the Conqueror Keystone come through here for the side of Final Wax. I mean, I do like Jarvan. Jarvan is definitely one of my favorite junglers, especially, like you say, in terms of like utility. It kind of gives over that same kind of lockdown that we had in game number 1 for the side of Baguettes, right? Like, obviously using the Cataclysm just to kind of try and dive in onto the back line. Severe would have to use her flash if she wants to get out of that one. But speaking of getting out, it's going to have to be using the flash here for Hestes. And now we do see Vi using those fists to dive up to the wall here. First blood could be soon. But the healing, not quite enough there from Jash. But hey, International Jobcenter with a sturdy early game once again.
Yeah, they were able to get that push into the mid lane early on and then just go straight in onto the enemy's red side, and that advantage really gives you a helping hand. And I guess that's one of the weaknesses of Senna Ornn in the early game, is that when you're playing in the mid lane with this draw lane, you want an AD carry that can really push in very, very quickly. And then when you're pushing, you'll see this so many times in competitive Wild Rift and in this EMEA circuit, where the draw lane goes in the mid lane, they push on through, and then straight after that they're able to dive on in. But Final Wax might be a little bit caught here. Already used his flank and drag to be able to get over the wall, and no, unfortunately, wait a sec, no, there's no way he survives that.
What an escape on his Final Wax. It is criminal. I mean, he had such low health. He got the heal come through here, and then he survived. He gets back. He's going for the recall. But I mean, look at the minimap, man. Like, they're not happy with that Snorlax, and Nabil were just like, do we go for this? But he's safe. He's safe.
That is absolutely criminal. And oh, Oh, random solo bolo kill in the top lane. That's what we love to see from random. One of the best players in EMEA goes one-on-one and of course he gets the solo kill. It wouldn't be a game with random if he wasn't able to get a solo kill, but the way that Final Wax was able to survive there was just insane. Like he flagged to try and steal the Raptors.
Yeah.
He then didn't have the flag to be able to escape, so he had to flash. Then not flashed over the wall. Nautilus flashed over the wall. They even auto-attacked the Jarvan to stun him. But then he smited the Scuttle Crab to get the HP back, and then he dragged away to safety. Like, that is an insane turn of events there, and it's kind of really helped Baguette kind of stay in this game, to be honest, because I think if Final Wax goes down there, then International Jobcenter in a very scary lead in the jungle early on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even regards to all that, obviously, that's kind of like the time that he used to escape out of that kind of deadly takedown that it may have ensued there. Obviously, he was behind by around about 200 gold now. He's definitely been able to kind of like bring that back up to himself. It's kind of very much kind of flickering to and fro between both Snorlax and Final Wax into the jungle here in terms of superiority with that gold lead. But overall, it is going over to the side of Baguette for now. Obviously, just a little tip for tat, trying to push Patras into that T1 territory, trying to get some more damage onto him, but not quite successful is going to be Carlos.
Now we're just going to see in the top side of the map here as well. It looks like it seems that Nabil is going to be roaming up here to try and help out. Is it Furion? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Is that okay? Where the hell did that one?
It's German.
It's German. That one ultimate just went to Narnia, I think. What the hell was that ultimate by Heste? And it might actually be a little bit of a back pedal here as they're all looking to try and escape. You see the movement speed from the Severe trying to help out with the engage, but they don't have the movement speed, unfortunately, to catch up to Baguette. So they're just going to run away to safety for now. But yeah, Swain is having a very difficult time against this Fiora. You can see Random nearly has 1,000 gold lead early on against this Swain. So they need to somehow get this Swain out of this Fiora lane. Maybe look for a swap, maybe put the Gnar up there instead, which would be a much easier matchup. But then you have to play Swain against Jax, which is not fun either. So I think overall it's just, in my opinion, it's a pretty bad solo lane pick here for International Jobcenter going for that Swain.
Yeah, I mean, it's just making the best out of a bad situation here. I feel like it is for International Jobcenter, because like you said, if they flex it, if they try and rotate it, they have to go up against something like the Jax, which isn't quite going to be doing too well. And the fact that Baguette's have been able to get quite a few of these platings off as well, like you can see that that's how they're kind of trying to maintain this gold lead and just put the pressure on, like get another plate in here, potentially looking for a 2v1 dive here to get the first T1 overall. But now comes Jash coming through, but there's going to be backup here from Snorlax as well as Solo Bolo. They're going to be able to keep that T1 alive, but it is very, very low.
Trying their best. Nabil here as well, just trying to make sure that he clears out the lane, but you can see also Jash is up here as well. So both the supports are in this top side at the moment. And just like you said, they're just trying to keep this tower alive at the moment, but I would be very, very worried here if I was International Jobcenter. Actually, Jash forced to use his ultimate there just to stop the potential dive, but in the end, it might very well just be the top lane tower going down. Actually, they're looking to try and recall for these objectives that are spawning in a few seconds.
Yes, Final Wax is now already kind of trying to make an advance foot onto the Enchanted Ensemble here as well. Obviously, pretty much the same kind of play we saw from the International Jobcenter in the last game, right? They definitely prioritize this objective over the Dragon. Tried to get a bit of vision there, but it's going to be caught out by that red vision as well. It is Gonzo. Even though they put a lot of pressure into that top side of the map, we see that the International Jobcenter have been able to actually just completely just overtake and get that neutral objective for themselves.
Yeah, being able to take that straight away. Oh, they're actually going to use the ultimate here onto the Severe. You can see that with no dash, it becomes difficult for the Severe to escape. But Jash also was very, not Jash, sorry, Final Wax was also very low on HP. So he had to escape. And so far, it's just a back and forth with trade of flashes and a back and forth trade of engages as Patras looks to try and jump back in as well. And no one dies. But you know who does die? Is a Swain again in the top lane. Random gets his second solo kill of the game. And he is running over this game right now. Nearly 6,000 gold on this Fiora. And how do you stop Random when he's in this form?
I know, he's in the zone, man. He's definitely kind of like into the driving C tier. But I mean, maybe the play here was obviously that somebody has to be the scapegoat, right? So let's scapegoat the Swain, because I mean, if we have Random into these team fights, onto this Fiora, you know for a fact it's going to go into Baguette's favor, right? Like, he is definitely dominating these 1v1 exchanges onto the side of International Jobcenter. So imagine what he could do in a team fight.
And the team fight's going to be very scary to deal with. I think there was just so much dive, and there you go. They're diving in onto the Swain again. Like, how would you do anything if you're a Swain at this point during the game? Actually, it looks like the Swain might live here. Random is going to get a final auto attack in the end, and he might even survive as well against Snorlax. He gets a double kill. Oh, Random.
Wow.
That was beautiful. And, you know, this Random's really showing in this game why for so many years, since really the start of Wild Rift, we were celebrating the 5th anniversary of Wild Rift this year, and I feel like overall Random has been one of the best players in EMEA throughout the entire 5 years that Wild Rift has been out, and he's really showcasing it here in this showdown.
Oh, absolutely. He's very consistent, very loyal to the game as well. Like, definitely put it in the hours, put it in the work, and obviously able to get on the winning team of the last team that won this showdown last time. But it's going to be the pull here from Carlos, trying to keep in place, but the teleport's going to come through. But Jas goes down a little bit too early, but the Cataclysm comes through, tries to lock down Snorlax. They get the takedown of the enemy jungle as well, but now it's Random looking for a prowl. There's 3 health bars, looking pretty low, but they have Severe looking to push this T1. Going to be a big opening here for the side of International Jobcenter. He's been taken down. The savior figure of Baguette is gone.
Random going down there means that most of the gold and most of their damage is gone as well, so they're going to have to back off instead. And that was a really nice pick there from Carlos, using the flash and the second ability to stun Senna Jash. He had to use his cleanse early on, but he used his cleanse a little bit too early, because as soon as he used his cleanse, Noah used his ultimates. They were able to lock down the Senna early on. And then straight after that as well, they tried to counter engage to try and get on top of Carlos, to try and get on top of members of International Jobcenter, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And again, Blam, for a second game in the row, the gold is basically dead even.
Yeah, almost dead even here. Obviously, it's getting into the lead of Baguette for now. Obviously, they have done a very good job onto the side of International Jobcenter to actually formulate some kind of closure between that gap, especially with the takedown of the T1 into the mid lane. But you just seen once again that they obviously Random was able to use that push obviously earlier on with Cataclysm as well to force the T1 down to the bot side of the map. So maybe there's a difference of focus here for the side of Baguette. Maybe they're looking for side lane focus rather than into that mid lane.
Yeah, I think with the side laners that Baguettes have, with the likes of the Jax and the Fiora, I think it just makes sense that they're focusing so much more on these side laners, and they're just leaving that Ornn in the mid lane. The Ornn can just clear through these lanes in the mid lane. He's got no tower to fall back on, but Ornn is tanky enough that he'll be able to just go on back and just not take any damage from this AD carriers. It looks like they might try and catch out Patras here. He's all by himself. I think he jumped in onto a Nautilus, and he just gets completely caught off guard there. Big mistake by Patras.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of CC onto the side. I mean, not even just from ultimates, right? Obviously, just using those fists to kind of lock them into place. It's just a 1 second stun, but it's going to be enough to kind of lock them down. But now, obviously, Solo Bolo may be in a bit of a trouble there. He does flash over to the wall thanks to being locked into that Cataclysm. So they are able to expand the flash here of Nautilus, but it's going to be at the saving grace of International Jobcenter rather than a blunder to one of their carries.
not even trying to start the Baron here. They're actually going to use the teleport from Jax as well. This is a very risky Baron. Actually, they're going to look to try and engage it instead. Great flash by Counter-Strike by Patras, trying to jump in onto the backline. They might even try and catch out Snorlax here as well.
Ooh.
Use the flash to get away, but he flashes straight on top of the flag. And that means the Final Wax is able to dive on through. But here comes a Swain. There's so much AoE damage with this Malignant. And can he do enough? He's doing so much damage with the Severe in the backline as well. It's a triple kill for the Swain, and that is something you do not want to do against a Swain. He might have been solo killed 3 times, but when it comes to these team fights and when Baguettes are grouped up together, that ultimate with Malignance is an absolute terror factor for Baguettes, and that really shows the reason why in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, mom and dad always tell you, right? Don't poke a bear. I mean, if you're going to poke them, definitely don't poke them with a baguette, because Swain has been poked and poked all game long. It's been, what, 12 minutes for his time to shine, but Freyren here on this Swain, especially like you were saying there, going into those team fights, just able to soak up so much damage, but then deal it out as well. Definitely getting the shutdown once again onto the likes of Random. It's really paying dividends here, this pick. It's kind of like, it's taken a while to get online, right? But now it's here. Like, it's going to be a bit of an obstacle for the side of Baguettes to overcome. But we see here Random trying to go for that 1v1 engage here onto Carlos. He throws him back, and he's able to stay alive for another day.
Able to escape on half HP. Now we're at dead even gold, Blam. Really comes down to these next objectives. You're seeing overall, again, I kind of said it in the first game, but even in the second game as well, that the Dragons have not really been a pinpoint for both these teams. No. They've been kind of like just sitting back. They've been like, okay, Dragons are just chilling. They're having a little cup of tea, I guess you could say, and they're not dying. No one wants to kill them today. No one wants to be able to get that extra bit of spiciness, extra bit of sauce.
Yeah, nobody wants to get the spice of the dragon just yet. I mean, we obviously see the International Jobcenter's got the first one onto the Rift here as well. We now see, obviously, the Earth Drake come through. But like you said, nobody's gunning for it. I mean, it could be an extra little bit of gold here for either of these two teams. I mean, International Jobcenter definitely need it just a little bit more than Baguettes, because Baguettes do have the lead by around about 1k at this moment in time. But I feel like they're eyeing up that Baron Nashor.
Yeah, both teams trying to go towards the Baron at the moment. Trying to set up the play, but both of them don't want to risk it as well. We did see Baguette start it off a little bit to try and start things off. They started it, but it was really all a bait in the end, Blam, when they started off that first Baron, because they were just like, okay, we're going to start off the Baron. We're going to force you to come to me, and then we're going to try and start a team fight as Final Wax. He just flagged and dragged over a wall into a Nautilus. I have no idea what Final Wax was thinking, but that was a terrible decision.
Hey, we were talking about the Dragons having a cup of tea, right? Like, definitely here, International Jobcenter having the scones. They are looking for a little bit of nibbles, but can they get the nibble in the form of the Baron Nashor? There is a lot of action going on around here. Dandelion gets taken down, so Patras says goodnight, but the status comes through. He's going to come back in time. No! Baron Nashor goes over to the side of International Jobcenter. This is going to be unequivocal pressure for the side of International Jobcenter to come back from. And oh my goodness, wait, what was he got the execute there?
Solo kill. I mean, he got solo kill on the end. Carlos got the solo kill onto Random in the end. So even though Random was able to really run away with this early game and get such a big lead onto Swain, it hasn't really added up to anything in this mid and late game, because there's just been mistakes, unfortunately, for multiple members. Again, for Baguette, you know, like I said, I don't know why Final Wax was trying to dive in and trying to jump over the wall when there was no pressure. There was nothing being taken at all. And maybe it's a sign of Final Wax against more utility champions, because yes, Jarvan is a little bit tankier. Yes, you can try and dive in and maybe play zone control. But you have to be very careful when you're playing against the likes of a Vine and Nautilus, because like you said, Blam, it's not just the ultimates, but the ultimates were the real big difference there as to why Final Wax died in that top side of the jungle. And now it gets really on the back foot.
I mean, in terms of damage, obviously, he's only really got the Trinity Force here coming through in terms of a damage item, but he's got the Convergence as well as the Radiance Virtue. But I mean, that's not going to be enough. He is getting run down into these team fights, and Hestes is not going to be able to get back to base. He gets taken down. And I feel like this has all come through because we were talking about in the last game, Patra's going down as well.
That's
Is that Baguette is and were making mistakes in game number 1, and now we saw it from the side of Baguette with final wax on the job and overextending a little bit too much. Maybe that was the reason why, is those mistakes that were happening in game number 1 a little bit more prevalent in game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. Mistakes in game number 1, mistakes in game number 2. Luckily, they were able to come back in game number 1 because they played very well when it came to the team fights. But again, it's just mistakes in the end from Baguettes that really were the backpedal of why they weren't able to take this game at number 2. And you know, Random on this Fiora pick, you would think when you're coming into this, you would be very confident with Random picking Fiora because it would be it's one of his signature picks. He's very strong. You saw he got 3-4 solo kills in the end on that Swain, but he wasn't able to take that into a lead later on. He tried to push in side lanes. He tried to get ahead in the side lane, but there wasn't anywhere to really get an advantage on the map. And when it came to the team fights, like I said, it was Final Wax diving in by himself, then Patres diving in by himself. It seems to be a little bit of miscommunication at the moment for Baguette, which if they don't fix that very quickly, then I think it's going to be very difficult coming into potentially game 2, game 3.
I mean, maybe that's why we saw a lot of focus onto the Swain in the early game, right? Because they know how much of a monster into those team fights he was going to be. Because, I mean, we were talking about Random not being in the team fights and what the potential could be here for the side of Baguette if Random does join the team fights. But I feel like we were completely overshadowing Freyren here on the Swain, going into the team fights, having the Metaglitz item as well, and just having so much AoE damage from this Swain. Just really put a lot of pressure onto Baguette, unfortunately, here. And definitely, like you were saying, Final Wax not quite being able to kind of play the carry champion into the jungle here, having to play a little bit more of a utility tank, especially with items like the Zeke's Convergence as well as the Radiance Virtue as well.
Yeah, again, going for more tanky style champion, and I would like to see Final Wax when it comes to game 3. I'd like to see him on more of a carry champion, something that suits his style a little bit more. Because again, I think he just looked very uncomfortable on the job, and I think he didn't really play up to his, kind of what we're used to seeing him play. We didn't see him play up to the standard that we're used to seeing him play as well. We saw in game number 1 on the Nocturne, he was, doing very well when it came into the late game team fights. This time around, he couldn't really do too much. And but International Jobcenter was able to close it out in the end. Pretty insane in the end for International Jobcenter as we wait until game number 3 starts.
I mean, I suppose it's kind of like the faltering of Baguette, because obviously we saw a clear focus that they were really kind of funneling a lot of the resources into Random on the Fiora. Obviously, when we see a Senna, you kind of like looking for the stacks, obviously, and able to kind of like build her up to be sort of like carry potential. But out of all the ADCs down to the bot side of the map, Senna's not the kind of like one you put a stamp on and be like, you know what, she's going to carry us to victory, right? Like they were trying to bank a lot of this resource into Random. Unfortunately, they didn't get the rate of interest back.
So now we take a breather. Now we wait. We wait until game number 3 starts. Hopefully it won't be too long until game number 3 starts. And we'll be back onto the Rift in no time. But it does mean that now 10 champions are off the Rift. And this is where things get pretty exciting. Pretty exciting because 10 champions off plus another 5 champions banned as well. It's going to be pretty fun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we got the likes of obviously Nautilus won't be coming into play anymore. On as well, obviously. The success that Baguette had with the Senna Ornn combo in the battles isn't going to come through here, unfortunately, for the side of Baguette in the showdowns, which has now kind of like neutralized the scores between these two teams. So there's a potential we're going to get a full best of 5 here between these two. Like you said in the introduction, this is a potential preview of the finals as well between these two teams, because the last team to win the previous showdown was International Jobcenter. So yes, obviously they had Random at that point on their roster as well, but now obviously looking for a little bit of revenge to their former teammates, even with his top pick like the Fiora, not quite being able to get the success story that they were really hoping for here for the side of Baguettes, but you have to kind of give it over to International Jobcenter. Yes, the punching bag that there was a Swain definitely took his fair beating. Obviously, Freyren was able to take the blows. He was able to maintain that T1, very importantly, up to the top side of the map, because I feel like maybe if Baguettes was a little bit more successful with the split push and able to get that T1 a little bit earlier, then maybe it would have been a little bit of a different story for the side of International Jobcenter here.
Exactly that. Well, we're going to be taking a quick break while we wait for the players to get ready for game number 2. We'll be back in a few minutes, getting ready for game number 3 here of the Rift Legends Showdown.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
So just to wrap it up, we kind of want Baguettes to make less mistakes when it comes to these games. I think that we saw a lot of mistakes from them from game number 1 and game number 2. I think Blam, if they can clean up on their mistakes in this early and mid game, then we've seen the potential of their late game team fights and what they can offer later on in that game number 1 especially.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think game number one, we have to give them props where they only made probably maybe one or two mistakes, but Final Wax on the Jarvan in game number two definitely made a lot of mistakes, a lot of kind of like premature invades or engages here, trying to get the lockdown or at least emulate what Hestes was doing on the Camille in game number one, right? And then even though all that being said, obviously he had that fantastic getaway in the early game, right? Obviously gets away, flashes, then uses the flag to obviously get further away, almost dies, smites the scuttle, gets the health, and gets out of that one scot-free as well. So you have to give him props that he was able to do that, but unfortunately it was to the detriment of Baguette in that game number two. But we are going to get into the ban and pick of game number three. As you can see, top of the screen right now is going to be updated a fearless ban draft.
Yeah, exactly. Five games being a potential of this one means that there could be potentially, 8 champions in each role being kind of banned away from Fearless Draft, which is kind of crazy. We're already on game number 3, and already the pool gets pinched pretty heavily. You're seeing Baguette's now on the blue side for game number 2. For game number 3, sorry. So they've decided to go for blue side. A lot of teams prioritizing blue side at the moment. I think we saw it last week in the battles, and also this week as well in the showdown. You're seeing the blue side is being a priority just to get that first pick and get that power pick before the enemy team has an opportunity to even respond.
Yeah, I gotta say, for the side of International Jobcenter, last game is obviously locking in the Nautilus. Obviously, we've been seeing a bit of a power play for some of the support picks, but we are going to get the bans of the Dragons here onto the side of Baguettes. They ban out the Asol, they ban out the Shyvana as well. And then over to the side of International Jobcenter, it's the Aatrox. He is not having a fun time in that ban seat, bro. Like that and Aurora, they are constantly situated there.
Yeah, I think it's no surprise, really, to be fair. I mean, Aurora is just very, very powerful. Rumble, of course, didn't get banned in game number 1, got banned in game number 2 and number 3. Aatrox being banned in every single game. The Lucian as well, also banned in every single game. So we're kind of really seeing already from this series what are the power picks and what some of these teams are prioritizing. But be interested to see what the first pick is here for this game. Could it be the Nidalee for Final Wax? It's locked in. Nidalee for Final Wax. Now, this is really interesting because Baguettes have been banning out Nidalee and were banning Nidalee in every single one of their games last week in the battles. I personally thought it was just Final Wax not being too comfortable on the pick, but we will be able to see it in this game. It is more of that carry style compared to something like a Jarvan. But I'm really excited to see how Final Wax pilots this champion.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely going back to the comfort of being a carry pick here. But I mean, a nice response here for the side of International Jobcenter, right? Like they have 2 great CC ultimates here. They have the Cyclone from Wukong, but then they also have obviously the quickness from the Rakan, also the knockup as well. So there is a lot of counter engage here. But to answer that, if you are trying to dive in, having a taunt is going to be your utility here, which is going to be that Galio, which could potentially be obviously either into the mid lane or even into the support role here.
I think it's going to be very difficult actually for Nidalee, as you mentioned, against the Wukong, against the Rakan. That Nidalee is a champion that is normally going to sit back and try and throw her spears, try and do a lot of poke damage. But there will be times that Nidalee feels like that you're really low on HP. So you use the Nidalee for range, you poke, you change into Cougar form and you jump in. It is very difficult to jump in against a Wukong with his Cyclone, against the Rakan with his ultimate as well. There's so much potential for this Nidalee pick to be really, really bad if the dive does come on in. But Misfortune is going to be the AD carry pickup against Zeri. Very interesting. Of course, Misfortune, more of a solo queue pick. We don't really see it too much in competitive just because it's a champion that doesn't have a lot of survivability. There's not really a lot of ways in which you can really use her ultimate at times because teams will just play around her ultimate or play around her playstyle. But one thing that she's very strong at is her laning phase. Her laning phase with her first ability, her double up, can get very, very annoying and be very scary to deal with. So I think that's what they're going for. Going for more early game, going for more pressure here for the bot lane of International Jobcenter.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, obviously Baguettes have the poke of the Zeri as well, right? Obviously being able to use that second skill and first skill to obviously just have extended range if you go through any kind of terrain there. It's going to be great, obviously, running down the minion wave into the bot side. But like you said, Shy is going to have a very good time here onto the Misfortune with the wave clear, but also it doesn't stop at the minions, right? Like if you're within range, it's going to hit you, and it hits pretty hard in the early game. Those cannonballs do. But onto the side of Baguette, they're looking for the Ambassador here as well. I mean, that'd be crazy. Okay, so Malphite here. Is this going to be Malphite into the mid lane here, or is it going to be
It'll be one of the solo laners?
Yeah,
no, it'll be one
maybe?
of the solo laners. No? I mean, Galio will be support. It'll be one of the solo laners.
Okay.
So it'll be one of the solo laners. It'll be either Random or Patrez. I would assume maybe Patrez is going to pilot the Malphite. Random will be on Ambessa in the solo lane. Then you have obviously Nidalee jungle, and then Zeri Galio as support. So very, very interesting. But there are a lot of AD champions on the other side, and this Malphite can be very, very scary to deal with. So we'll have to see how this works out in the end. But the last pick is going to be Darius. Ooh. So a lot of melee champions that you're playing against here. Of course, you have the low range of a champion like Zeri as well. She has very low attack range. So Darius can be a champion that can be very, very nice in this matchup because you have so much potential of just running in, doing so much damage to these melee champions and trying to get reset after reset.
Yeah, just obviously stacking up the bullets onto Darius here could be a slam dunk fest for the side of International Jobcenter if they're not careful. But like you said, obviously the Malphite here could be pretty scary, especially trying to get the dive onto the likes of the Miss Fortune, especially trying to disrupt her ultimate as well, right? Because I mean, that's one of the things that International Jobcenter could be looking at here is using that huge cone ultimate to either steal neutral objectives, to place themselves very well within a team fight. So you kind of funnel them over as like a 4v5. You think you've got the kind of advantage, then the ultimate comes through and absolutely just rips apart Baguette here. But I mean, there is quite a bit of dive, right? Like you have the Ambassador, you have the Malphite as well. So the positioning here for Shy has to be pretty optimal for International Jobcenter to have that impact into the team fights.
I mean, it's one of the weaknesses, as I mentioned, of Miss Fortune is that you don't really have a lot of mobility. You don't have a dash like Zeri does. You don't have a dash like, I don't know, Ezreal or Zaya Ultimate or anything like that. You basically have no way of defending yourself. You have to rely kind of on the rest of your team, like the Rakan or the Wukong. But I think the problem is that most of the team of International Jobcenter want to go in. They want to engage. You know, Nabil wants to engage, and the Rakan wants to engage as well. So it's going to be very interesting. Matchup goes. Like I said, we don't really get to see Miss Fortune too much when it comes to competitive Wild Rift. So I think it'll be very interesting to see. And it actually looks like they're just going to put Malphite in that mid lane just to kind of stop the, I guess, the poke from the Miss Fortune. They may be a little bit worried to put Zeri against the Miss Fortune. As I mentioned, Zeri with that low range does mean that Miss Fortune can really bully her in the early game, but you're already seeing the early game bully of this Miss Fortune as well, even against the tanks of Malphite and Galio.
Yeah, it's super scary. Just that damage that her ability can do in the early game, super scary. As you can see there, the ricochet just hits one minion, goes on to Hestes, takes a chunk of his health already, but you have to give it over to Snorlax, right? Like, he is entered the enemy jungle completely uncontested here, but it looks like Snorlax is looking to emulate the same kind of thing, right? Like, he's like trying to find vision. He's like, hey, where's Wukong? Where is Snorlax? We need to find that very important intel here.
Yeah, but I think the problem is, though, is that you're already kind of on the back foot because Wukong's already cleared your entire red side. And that means that now Nidalee is a little bit behind here in terms of tempo. You can see she's clearing away through the Raptors. She's gone up to the Grump now, but she hasn't taken away the red buff, which is the biggest buff that you want to take away. So does mean early on that Wukong does get that bit of an early lead in terms of jungle clear speed, because he's going to be able to come back and take that red buff, and he still has some of his camps in his bot side as well. But what happened there? There was a top lane solo kill by Rise, killing Random this time around. So a bit of revenge plan this time, because it was a Swain Porphyrion that got solo killed by Random, but now it's back the other way around.
That's it. It's coming in machine guns blazing, man. I said, like, don't poke the bear. Like, this is what happens when you keep knocking a player left, right, and center. But now it's going to be, obviously, like you said, that solo one kill, a bit of R&R, top side of the map, Rise on random action coming through. But now we do see the dive onto Rise. Can he get the lockdown here? It's going to flash with the taunt from the Galio, but it's going to be that hero's entrance out of there as well. But unfortunately, Fryren does not have that same utility. He gets knocked down.
Yeah, getting an early kill here onto the Nidalee is going to be very, very important to try and snowball this lead. Interesting enough, Final Wax going for Conqueror on Nidalee, which is not really a summoner spell that we usually see on her. We usually see something like the Dark Harvest to try and snowball early game leads or to try and stack early on. Also, of course, it helps you accelerate your burst damage as well. But the dive goes on through on the Misfortune, and that's the weakness of the Misfortune.
Yes, and like you said, completely immobile at times, especially when you don't have, well, she had the flash, but that's what happens when you get hit by that taunt though, right? Like you can't flash out. You're pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place there. And unfortunately for the side of International Jobcenter, that's going to be the second kill, second death that they lose here as well. So right now, Baguette, as they seem to formulate the early game gold lead bar game number 1, they have managed to do this in game number 3 again.
And you can see that the cleanse is kind of used here by Shy to try and stop the engage from the Malphite. You can see the cleanse came through straight away to stop the knock up from the Malphite, but then you have the flash coming through on the Galio. So if you have one way to stop it, that's great with the cleanse, but then if you have any other dive on top of that, you don't have anything else to try and stop you. So yeah, very interesting to see again this pick at the moment. You see they're now playing solo at the moment, both AD carries, both marksmen in the bot side of the map, and both supporters just roaming around trying to hover at the moment, see if they can try and get any sort of advantage, and maybe that could be the case in the mid lane. Rise ulti to escape.
Nice. Yes, Rise ulti to escape there. But I mean, if we go and visit, obviously, that 1v1 down to the bot side of the map, I mean, if you are going to take a 1v1 against the Misfortune, it's when you're going to be ahead with the gold advantage, right? Obviously, you can see that Jashta is ahead by around about 300 gold here. The stacks have been procced onto Patris, but he's got quite a lot of health here. The Bramble Vest is going to keep him alive.
Yeah, Bramble Vest very important, as well as the armor boots as well. The defensive boots keep getting nerfed over and over again, but still the reduction of the damage is just way too powerful. You can see there as well, he's slowing the attack speed with Malphite's third ability as well. So it becomes very difficult for this Malphite to try and, for this Darius, sorry, to try and stack up the passive. And you're seeing again, Malphite is just stepping forward, just auto-attacking basically him to death.
Yeah. He's like, you know what? Stacky passive, baby. I'm going to just take all that damage. I'm going to soak it all up. And the fact, like you said, in the BP as well, Stu, is the fact that they have a lot of AD damage as well, right? So really, obviously, yes, Rise can scale into the late game, but if they are able to win this a little bit earlier here for the side of Baguette, maybe there has to be no magic resistance built here onto Patris on the Malphite. He just goes pure like armor and physical defense.
Oh.
Okay, we see the Galio. Galio ultimate tries to go for a bit of a backdoor here, gets taunt onto 3, but the damage, okay, there it is, nicely done for the side of Baguette. They do lose random, they take down Snorlax. They're going for a little bit more here onto the side of International Jobcenter. We see the Rakan as well as the Darius trying to find a bit of a cat chase onto Hestes on the Galio, but now it's going to be Patris looking to just keep them away, but do they decide to defend their T1 or their teammate?
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there, it seems like, from Heste on the Galio. I think just selecting the wrong target. I was like, not really too sure what happened there, to be fair. But yeah, the engage from the Wukong was incredible onto the backline and just tanking up so much of the damage in the end. You see Misfortune's ulti just got used right at the end there. Like, it's kind of what you use Misfortune's ultimate for most of the time. You don't really want to use it at the start of the fight. Because if you use it at the start of the fight, that means you're not going to have enough time to walk up and kind of carry on with your auto attacks. And with, of course, him taking lethal tempo, it does mean that he wants to focus more on auto attacks in his team fights rather than going for the engage with the ultimate. As flash forward from the Rise?
Yes,
okay.
Very aggressive in the gauge from Rise there. Obviously, clone of Snorlax gets taken down. Damage onto Carlos is going to be scary, but oh my goodness, that's going to be a whole team catch with the Malphite there. Now we have Jas going through as well. He picks up 3 kills. They're looking for a little bit more here as well, but I mean, they don't need it. They get majority of the team of International Jobcenter down. They get the Enchanted Ensemble.
That was nearly a 4-5-man ultimate there from the Malphite into the backline. And then Jash found that opportunity to dash on through. and use his ultimate and get a double kill in the end. And this means that now this Zeri pick is going to be very far ahead. 6,400 gold already on the Jash on this Zeri. Building the Bloodthirster, going into Essence Reaver as that second item, which could be very, very scary to deal with. But you're seeing how the Malphite can be very, very important in these team fights, because the only AP damage that you have is really the Rise. That's it. Malphite can just build pretty much full armor. You can see here building Sunfire as the first item, and just use the ultimate and just be a face tank for the entire team and give the Zeri space in team fights to be able to follow up afterwards and deal a lot of damage.
I mean, that's how Baguette's won the game number 1, right? They gave the space over to Jash onto the Ezreal. They just had such a dive-heavy comp like they do, as you're seeing right now. They have the Mbessa, they have the Galio, they have Malphite, and now they just have Jash on the Zeri, just be able to zap away from a distance. And it's really showing there into that last team fight. The 2 kills going over to both Patris and Jash is really showing that this may be like their winning kind of strategy, right? They have such a great front line and then just leave Jash to have the time of his life, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're kind of making, well, they're just hoping that Jash has his own survivability to try and save himself in these fights, which is something that Zeri has. You know, the dash being able to go pretty much over entire walls with Zeri really gives you that safety net. And it does mean that most of the time you'll see Zeri players standing next to walls, because if they do get dove on by like a Rakan or a Wukong, you have kind of that safety net of being able to jump over the wall to the other side, so you can create that space for yourself when it comes to these fights. There's a bit of a battle here in the jungle over the blue buff. I believe it was the, oh no, it's actually the Malphite that secured the blue buff in the end. Not even any of the junglers, Blam. It was just the Malphite that just came on through and just fisted the blue buff.
Yeah, he clapped it with that cone. He's like, nah, you know what? I'm taking that one. That's mine. I need a little bit of mana regen for myself here. But like you were saying, obviously, Jash, obviously, not only having devastating impact onto the team fights, but I mean, having devastating attack the gold as well. Obviously, gold lead here, 8.1k to 6.5 down to that bot side of the map. Just really shows that they've given Jash the time that he needs to just gather the resources, and now they kind of bear the fruits of what they sowed.
Yeah, Random not having the best of times, you could say, in this game, unfortunately. He's actually the lowest gold out of most of the players for Baguette this time around. So it kind of shows that, like, for both of these teams have just incredible players that, you know, any one of them could carry it at any point. You know, I think there's some scenarios where like Random will be able to carry. There'll be some scenarios like Josh that Josh will be able to carry. Like this game, for example, I think it's going to be really down to Josh when it comes to these team fights and what mobility he can bring. But if you look at the solo laners at the moment, like Malphite is over 1,000 gold ahead of this Wukong. And look, Malphite could just walk up and just be in the face of Wukong and get vision for his entire team. There is nothing they can do against this Malphite in the bot side. Even against the Rise, Malphite is still so tanky, even with all this armor, that even the magic damage from Rise can't even break through.
Yeah, it's pretty scary because, I mean, obviously, like you were saying, in terms of itemization, obviously Shy is going for more of the kind of like basic attack kind of fundamentals here, thanks to obviously the lethal tempo. And then obviously Rise is not going to really be doing the damage until that kind of like latter part of the game, right? So I feel like for Baguette, they are already starting to formulate a really good early game victory here. They're going to catch Snorlax into that brush with that first skill of the Galio, but there's going to be that Misfortune ultimate into the backline, not doing the damage, but it's going to be Patris followed up with the Galio ult. Then Random into the backline gets the catch onto Rise. And moments ago, we were talking about the damage for the side of International Jobcenter, and they've taken out one of two of their huge damage outputs, which is the Rise.
Yeah, they just waited for the Misfortune ultimate in the end. They're waiting for the bullet time to end, and they just hit the go button on the Malphite to go in. They're going to try and actually dive in onto the backline again. Misfortune stays alive, though. Mistake from Random. He wasn't able to get the kill onto Misfortune, but Jash is still alive. He gets one kill. Will Jash gets another? He flashes to get another kill. Will he get the Misfortune? No, Misfortune with the extra movement speed is going to be able to escape. But meanwhile, whilst all that was happening, Final Wax was just soloing the Baron. So it means that Baguettes now have the gold lead in this game, but the engage again from the Malphite, just that point and click ultimate is just so easy to use sometimes. And when you have such low mobility from the likes of the Rise and the Misfortune, they're just easy targets every time.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, I think that's the whole point of what Random did, right? Like, obviously, yes, he dived over the wall to try and get the kill onto Shy, but it was just more so to drive away International Jobcenter away from that neutral objective pit, right? Like, obviously saw that Final Wax had enough time and space to just get that Baron Nashor for himself, and now they're going to be able to kind of get a great push here into all three side lanes, all looking very healthy for the side of Baguettes right now.
Now they're going to look to try and push on through onto this bottom lane. Another tower going down. This is only the first Baron though, Blam, so they're probably not going to be able to finish this game. I think what we're seeing now a lot more is games last a little bit longer because the first Baron is usually not that powerful, but it really depends on how far the team is ahead. And you know, as for Baguettes at the moment, you can see they're not taking any inhibitor towers, but they're just using the spears to zone them every single time and just take the other towers instead. But actually, Nabil hits the go button, but he gets counter engaged straight away afterwards with the Malphite jumping in onto the backline again. Bullet time just misses, unfortunately. Only hits 1 or 2 targets. He can't kill a single person, and Darius dies in the end. And International Jobcenter, Nabil tried to jump in there with the Rakan, but it just got countered straight away from the taunt from Galio. So they didn't have any engage at all. They didn't want to keep losing these towers, Blam.
Yeah, it's a very expensive combo to expand there and actually not get much out of it if you are International Jobcenter, right? Like the flash, the quickness as well, and then just to immediately get countered by Petrus is pretty huge, and not to get a single kill is even worse. And the fact is that Baguette's been able to just maintain that 10k gold lead. I mean, that's definitely where you want to be if you look to finish this game within the next 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're probably going to be waiting for potentially this next Baron to be on the cards here. You can see they're just trying to take this top lane in the tower, but I don't think they're going to be able to take it here. They're trying to push in. They're potentially trying to take it, but they still got a lot from the Baron overall because the gold lead was only a few thousand. Then once Baron got taken, they took the mid lane in a tower. They took the bot lane in a tower. And from that point, they now have a 10,000 gold lead, as you said. So now 45 seconds until next Baron. Like I said, the first Baron was great for Baguette. Now it's about securing this second Baron and potentially trying to finish off this game.
Yeah, look to try and go for the blue buff here as well, trying to keep that away from the side of Snorlax. They smite it away as well, but actually goes over to Dandelion, it looks like there. So Patrick's actually getting another second blue buff for the side of the Baguette, second time in this game. Yes, the Baron Nash is coming up in around about 20 seconds, and then obviously the third dragon, but neither team is going to be able to get that Dragon Soul.
And both teams are not really going to worry about this dragon. It's just going to be like cleanup duty for the dragon. Oh my, you look at the spears doing so much damage now from Final Wax. You're seeing how much damage you can do with this in Italy and how much zone control you can have as well. Look, every single time he's trying to look for the perfect moment to try and throw the spears into these bushes. And it just really is down now to International Jobcenter of finding the right engage. They need to engage. They need to go in. If they don't find the right engage, then they're just going to get poked out. And now is the go button, but they're going all in on the Malphite.
Yes, followed up by the Wukong ultimate, then followed up by that bullet time of Misfortune as well there. But they're obviously going to try and go in with the hero's entrance. It's going to get taken down. It's going to be Solo Bolo met with Carlos into the graveyard. It's going to be a snipe from Jash as well. But to the side of International Jobcenter, they do get a 3-3 trade here, so they've got to be careful. Both Nidalee as well as Zeri, both very squishy. Same with Rise and Misfortune. So a little bit of a stalemate here for these two teams.
As you said, 3 for 3 in the end. Bit of a messy fight. Nabil just trying to find opportunities to go in, but he can't find his way onto the backline, unfortunately. Every time that Nabil is trying to dive in, he only finds the Malphite, which they were able to take down the Malphite, but they used so much for the Malphite in the end. And again, it just gives time, it gives space for Jazz to try and reposition in these team fights and try and get opportunities to try and dive on in. Misfortune ultimate was all right in the end. She was able to do a little bit of damage, but again, Josh 7-0-3 now on this Zeri. He's probably going back to base, completed the Infinity Edge now. So this is 4 items Zeri at nearly 17 minutes, into this game. They really need to find a way to try and lock down Zeri, but I think it's going to be so hard. She has her dash, she has her flash, she has her cleanse as well to stop the crowd control. So it's going to be very difficult to try and lock down the Zeri in fights.
On top of that, you got the status as well, right? So if they do decide to obviously try and dive in onto Jash, onto the Zeri, you could use a status and then keep the cleanse, keep the dash, and also keep the get of the gel card, which is the parkour over the wall here. It's going to be hard, but I feel like that's going to be the main task here for the side of International Jobcenter if they want to keep in this game number 3 and get that point to themselves. But it's not looking healthy, right? I mean, we've not mentioned it. They've not got a single turret to their name. It's a very dominant game here for the side of Baguettes.
I don't want to start this Baron though just yet, Blam. You can see they're playing a little bit careful here. They're actually going to try and do a little bit damage towards the Malphite, but you're seeing how annoying the Malphite can be. Actually, meanwhile, they're actually starting the Baron. They're going to just finish off the Baron. The Malphite was the distraction the entire time.
It was a distraction that they needed onto the side of Baguettes, and now we're starting to see the pain game roll through into the back line. It's going to be random. He gets a takedown onto Shy as well as Solo Bolo. They're waiting for it. The teammates come through, and now Baguettes with game number 3 victory, looking to make sure their name is a little bit closer to that top of bracket.
Oh, all it took was one team fight, and that's the crazy thing about Wild Rift is that one mistake, one team fight can just end the game just like that within a matter of seconds. The Baron buff gets taken, you get an ace, and just like that, the game ends. Like it just, everything happens so quickly sometimes on Wild Rift that if you blink, you'll miss it in the end. And like I said, it was really the Malphite in the mid lane being that distraction. The Misfortune was there auto-attacking it. The Wukong was even trying to dive in on the Malphite. And meanwhile, the entire time, Baguettes are just taking the Baron. And they take it so quickly with the Zeri, with the burst damage from the Nidalee. And as soon as that Baron buff gets taken, it's too late. International Jobcenter is just way too far behind. Like you said, over 10,000 gold behind. And that little bit of decision making there in the end from Baguettes was clinical. Because I think the Malphite pick really came in clutch when you have 2 really immobile carries on International Jobcenter, like the Rise and the Misfortune. There's not really a lot of ways in which you can escape the likes of the the Malphite ultimate jumping on through, then Galio ultimate on top of that as well. And I think that's really showed in this game that they didn't find a way to create that distance.
They didn't, but I feel like now, obviously, International Jobcenter know that, obviously, if you give over a carry to Jash and give him the room to breathe, and also start to see a strong frontline composition being built here by the side of Baguettes, you know for a fact that you need to actually lock down Jash in the early game, but there was just no kind of, I mean, he didn't die a single time, right? So they didn't even get the shutdown, they didn't get the bonus gold from the shutdown, so it was just kind of like, yes, we see that Jash is ripping through our team, are we going to do anything about it? Can we do anything about it? No. So unfortunately, it just felt like game 3 was kind of like predestined in that respect, especially when they had that 10k gold lead. Like I even said, like 5 minutes time, this game's over. And that's exactly what happened.
And then we move on to game number 4, Blam. Oh, here we go again. And we still got another best of 5 after this as well. So this is just game, series number 1 of the day. And like I said, I think it kind of really shows that this series by itself could very well much be a final. I think that both these teams are just incredible. Of course, International Jobcenter, as you mentioned already, has won multiple showdowns before. Baguette's coming through from the battles. So you have like International Jobcenter, who was I believe the first seed coming on through from the qualifiers, coming up against the 4th seed here. But of course, Baguette's kind of breezing through the battle last weekend. We kind of said that they're going to have, me and Rafa were saying, they're going to have a much more difficult time in the showdown because the rest of the teams in this showdown are much stronger than the battles. Not to say the battle players are bad at all, but like the quality difference between the battle and the showdown is just really, really huge because you have the battle, which are like best players from each country. This is the best teams and the best players in EMEA period. So when you come up against some of the best, you have to step up to your A game. And I think Final Max this time around actually did a pretty decent job on the Nidalee. I feel most of the time you don't really see him doing too much on the Nidalee, but he's doing the damage. He's being the backline carry that he needs to be. And he was positioning in these fights really, really well to not get caught out at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you were saying, like he had such a good game. The fact that he could just throw those spears into the brushes, even if there's somebody kind of like phase checking in there, like you saw that Nabil was in that brush, being on a Rakan that's meant to be the tank of your team, gets hit down by like half health by 1 spear. It's kind of just like, at that point in the game, you have to kind of think, what can we actually do to kind of like topple this team? And I think like they didn't really have the answer there. I mean, there was a once upon a time where you would build kind of Rakan with a little bit of like ability damage as well. Obviously, like the mandate item come through, but I still don't think that would have been enough kind of magic damage to take down the Malphite here, because that was the real problem, right? Is the fact that they had so much AD. Malphite, Patris knew that all he had to do was build physical defense, and he was going to have a jolly time, and that's exactly what he did.
Yep, I mean, once you build the tankiness in the end, I think it becomes very, very difficult when you have the front line, when you have the Malphite, when you have the Galio on top of that as well. And we mentioned how Zeri was a really important part during this game. The Zeri with the space that she was able to get in these team fights, the space that Josh was able to get in these team fights, I think were very, very important indeed. But looks like we are only a couple minutes away this time until game number 4, so no more breaks needed this time around. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jobcenter are back on the blue side. So we're just going a little bit crazy right now. Like both teams are just going blue side. Okay, I lost. I want blue side. Okay, I lost. I also want blue side. So both the teams want in blue side. But now this is where things get really interesting, because if you're on the blue side now, I feel like you want to leave open one of these strong picks that you've been banning away. We've mentioned already that we've seen the Lucian been banned away in every single game so far, the Aatrox, and also the Aurora, which I think will probably be the same 3 bans for Baguettes as we get ready for the draft. We'll probably see the same 3 bans for Baguettes. But for International Jobcenter, I probably want to see a power pick left open, maybe something like the Rumble, which was banned in the previous game. I'd like to see that open this time around so you can first pick it, or something that can give them a little bit more agency when it comes to these fights. Yeah,
I mean, obviously blue side is 100% win rate right now. So if International Jobcenter want to keep that 100% win rate, they have to do something here in terms of getting that good first blue prio pick. But it is going to be the Shyvana ban once again. Obviously, they don't want to give over the Shyvana to the side of Final Wax. And then we're seeing the ASOL being banned out here as well. Obviously, they, after a long time, had that rework. Obviously, that huge ultimate. And obviously, with the stacks as well, it's been absolutely devastating. I feel like we actually saw like a really good ASOL performance from, I think it was either Random or maybe even Vapo as well from the last Showdown. Like, it was absolutely devastating to the point that it was a reason why they won that game. So now we are seeing some more bans onto the support pool, because again, if you look at the support pool, it's getting very low, right? Bard, Nautilus, Ornn, Galio, Rakan, all taken off there. So maybe they're going to try and get that Lucian Braum combo come through now, hopefully. I mean, yes, Lucian has been heavily prioed in that band, but if it does go over to anybody here, you'd be looking at maybe Baguette's being on the red side, getting those first 2 picks as well.
It'll be interesting to see if Baguette's ban it out. They do ban out the Aatrox, so Aurora is left open and Lucian is left open. They're the 2 picks that I'm really looking at right now, and also the Rumble. I think they're the 3 picks that I'm really looking at right now as kind of the S-tier picks that these teams kind of really want to fight over. And again, it might be a case of International Jobcenter just not banning any of them. Or you could ban one here. Yeah, you could ban the Aurora. And now it's either Lucian or Rumble. For Baguettes now, you've left one of them open. They banned the Aurelian Soul because this is like a pocket pick, like a hidden pick for Shy. We've seen it before from Showdowns in previous years. Shy has been kind of this Aurelian Soul player for a very, very long time. But like I said, for Baguettes now is the decision. Do you ban the Lucian or the Rumble, or do you leave both of them open? But no, it was the Corki Hover is going to go into the Lucian. So Rumble first pick on the cards here for International Jobcenter.
Do they decide to go for it though? Because I mean, if we look at it, Carlos has not had the greatest performance for the entire series, right? Like, yes, he had the Darius, he's had the Volley Bear. Like, there's no been real carry potential here for him, right? Like, he had the Gnar as well. I suppose the Gnar's probably been his best performance. So maybe they're not too fearful of Carlos, right? They're like, you know what, Carlos, take the Rumble. We'll just go in, obviously, look for something, some kind of answer here for the side of Baguettes.
Yeah, I think Rumble, it just has to be picked here. Even though it might not be like the best of performances so far for the solo laners of International Jobcenter. I think Rumble is just way too good of a pick just to give up on and just to, let Baguettes take away in the end. I think it just really comes down to, just the power of Rumble. Be interested to see what type of pick Rumble will be. Be interested to see if it will be the
Oh, nice,
Rel locked in.
nice.
Okay. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Sorry if it would be like the tank version of the Rumble build or be more of a carry style build for Rumble. We'll have to see. But Rel, both our reactions in the end, pretty excited to see this champion. We saw it a few times last weekend in the battle, but now is all down to the Rel to see if Rel can be the big carry in these team fights.
I feel like it just fits like not Brom's, sorry, Heste's playstyle to a T, right? Obviously, it's still got dive potential. Obviously, he's still able to kind of like try and go access into the backline, try and be the kind of like forefront of the team fight here with the Rel. But we are going to get the Brom come through here for International Jobcenter. I feel like if you're going to play the Braum, play him now because you might not actually get game number 5 here as well. Oh, they go for the Vayne here also. Nice. Okay, okay.
Interesting. Vayne's going to be quite an interesting one because with the Vayne, you normally pick Vayne against some of these tanks, and Vayne did get a slight nerf in the previous patch. Plus, also things like Bloodthirster no longer gives you the attack speed anymore. So it'll be interesting to see what build Shy goes on this Vayne to see if it maybe is more of an on-hit version or it could be a crit version. Orianna is a great pairing with Rel. You know, when Rel dives on in, you can use the shockwave with Orianna, which could be very, very scary. And Corki is just a safe pick for Josh. So overall, I like both these drafts so far. The Brom doesn't really have a decent amount of pairing. They actually banned away the Draven, which is interesting. Maybe they think that Vayne is one of the solo laners. I don't know. I mean, could be a potential, but I don't think that'll really come on through.
Yeah, because I mean, the Rumble here could be obviously, you could potentially put it into the mid here as well. But I mean, like you were saying with the Orianna, not only pairing very well with the Rel, but I feel like Random has had like a really good performance on that one in the last showdowns as well, right? Like this is a pick that's been banned out for majority of the series, I believe. So in game number 3, it wasn't quite banned out. Game number 2 was banned out. So maybe it's a potential like, hey, let's try and get that away from Random. But now it's the point of case is now it's game number 4. There's bigger fish to fry, right? Then there's also less champions to be selected here. So just denying any kind of like long range poke from the likes of this Josh.
Jace ban, Hecarim ban, and a Garen ban in the end. So for Baguettes, they kind of need to round out their composition with a jungler and another solo laner. They already have a mage with the Orianna. They're probably going to look for potential of another bruiser in the top side or a wow. If they lock in Kennen here, they're just going full team fight here for Baguettes. It's just all about the team fights. The Kennen, the Orianna, and the Rel. All of these champions just have so much dive. No, but it will be the Olaf. Can be flexed into jungle, but we don't really see Olaf jungle too much anymore. Just gets used a lot more as a solo laner because items like Zeke's Convergence are very powerful on him. Death's Dance, and you can just run on down and really catch out a lot of people off guard with his passive.
Yeah, Olaf being pretty huge pick here. I mean, the Mundo would make sense. Obviously, they are really kind of like lacking a front line here onto the side of International Jobcenter. But Renekton being banned out last game is going to get picked up here as well. Again, potentially could be a mid lane pick here for the side of International Jobcenter if they really want to go for it. Between this and Jin Zhao, that's going to be the jungle here for Snorlax. So it looks like it's going to be the Renekton in mid lane potentially here.
Yeah, it'll be the same again where we just see bruisers and everyone just kind of going in the mid lane. It probably will be Rumble mid lane, I guess, against the Orianna, unless you just want to play Renekton and just play a losing matchup. I mean, both these lanes are pretty hard against the Orianna, so we'll have to see what happens when it comes down to the lanes assignments itself. But both Renekton and Rumble kind of want to get this early lead early on. Both of these are pretty aggressive solo laners that want to try and dive on in. Again, it's pretty difficult against the likes of the Olaf and the Orianna. The final lock-in here was Riven for Final Wax. Again, I kind of mentioned it before with his list of champions that he's very, very comfortable on. This is also one of them as well. Again, more of a carry style pick for Final Wax with Aatrox being banned away. But here we go here on to game number 4. It's currently 2-1 to Baguettes in this one. Could potentially be the final game of this series, Blam, or we could be going to that game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential here for Baguettes to run this one out, right? Obviously, they're able to, they kind of like the same kind of composition that they've had previously within their winning games, right? Obviously, a lot of dive. They also have a solid front line. Is it as tanky as the previous game's front line? Not really, but the damage is there, right? Obviously, they have the shred from the Corki as well. So if they really try and run down the front line here of International Jobcenter with the Corki, as well as obviously the synergy of the Oriana and the Rel here, but there could be, I mean, if you take random out, like, then that synergy disappears, right? So maybe that's how International Jobcenter is going to try and look around this one.
Really interesting here with the lane assignments. I kind of want to call out quickly. They actually put Shy in the top lane against Olaf, which means that Olaf has a very, very difficult time. They're actually going to swap back the lanes at the moment. Very, very clever here from Baguette to realize that Olaf is in a very bad losing matchup in this top lane. So they're trying to put this Vayne ahead, and they're trying to put this Vayne into a lane that she can get ahead early on. She also has a bit of an easier time. That range versus melee matchup can be pretty annoying, but now we see that both the supports are now in the top side, and now it's Oriana against the Vayne. So the lane assignments just keep on swapping every single time, but I think for Baguettes, they'll be pretty happy with this. They have the range with the Oriana and the Vayne. Both supports are in the top lane, and then Olaf is against that Renekton in the mid lane. So it's very different. You don't normally see duo laners and marksmen being played in the top side of the map, but sometimes that's how the game goes with Jobcenter starting off the game with Vayne in the top sides.
Just trying to get any kind of priority over to themselves, right? 'Cause, I mean, they are pretty much at the they are pretty much suffering the potential match point here for the side of Baguettes as well. So they have to kind of do everything they can, right, to try and get the early game lead, try and funnel over potential resources over to Shy on this Vayne. I mean, not quite doing this as good as job. There is players that are above him in terms of gold, obviously the Renekton as well as the Jin Zhao here as well. But you can kind of see that Josh, once again, kind of having not the hardest lane here. Obviously, he's able to kind of just poke. He's able to shred the shield from Rumble. So I don't feel like he's kind of been put under much contention here against Carlos. Being damage is going through here, having to use the package out of there and just kind of recall at this point in time, maybe.
Yeah, in this bot side, I think Corki is going to be able to poke down the Rumble, but you saw there that if Rumble is able to stack up his passive, and if he can get overheated and walk into melee range for them auto attacks, he can start doing a lot of damage. But I think Corki is just very, very safe overall as a champion. You have the Valkyrie to be able to jump away to safety, and he's just going to push up this lane and look to go back to base. Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see what this Vayne build is going to be. We've been seeing overall that nothing has really changed too much with these AD carry builds. Players are still going for Bloodthirster as the first item, even with the removal of the lifeline passive, the removal of the attack speed as well from the item in just the previous patch, just a few days ago, really. So players haven't really had a lot of time, I guess, to kind of experiment with different builds. That's why we're kind of seeing the same builds overall, as this is the live patch. So maybe it just hasn't given players enough time to be able to practice. But it does look like Vayne is also just going to go for the Bloodthirster again. Again, not too sure if I agree with this. I'd like maybe an attack speed item or something just to try and stack up that stack up the marks as much as possible from her second ability to try and deal some bonus true damage.
Maybe it's just for survivability aspect, right? Because I mean, like they have the Olaf, they have the Riven, they have the Rel, all potentially looking for the dive here onto the Vayne. So maybe just like looking for first item survivability, then they'll probably try and build into some damage later on within that itemization. But a bit of contention here of that blue buff does actually no, it goes over to random, I believe it goes here. But now waiting with a bit of a team fight. That Rel coming through with the combo of the Oriana. That is damage you don't want to be seeing if you are International Jobcenter down 1 point.
And that's the combo that we were talking about, Blam and Champion Select. And oh, there was a dive in the top lane as we missed a solo kill actually for Renekton. Renekton actually solo killing Corki in the top side, which I'm very interested to see how that one went. Yeah, it looks like Renekton is just on just under half HP. So Corki is getting solo killed. But yeah, something we mentioned in Champion Select, Blam, the combo of the Rel and the Oriana Shockwave is just really deadly. And if you overstep and make a little mistake here for International Jobcenter, it can be deadly to try and deal with.
Oh, absolutely. They've got to try and kind of like come up with some kind of means of trying to get their own priority. As you can see, top side of the map, they're looking to try and get a few of those plate coverings here, which is able to kind of try and force the gold lead into a bit of a favorable position here of International Jobcenter, but ultimately going over to Baguette here with around about just under 2k gold lead at this point of the game, 5 minutes in. 30 seconds onto these neutral objectives as well. I mean, once again, not quite the most prized pony in terms of the Dragon Souls here. Give me that Earth Dragon Soul, which is probably... It's not, you're not looking at the Infernal one, right? Like, if it was the Infernal one, maybe a bit more contention here from these two teams.
We haven't kind of seen this kind of trade of objectives early on, as you mentioned, with like the some of the previous games with the Dragon being traded for the Rift Herald. Teams not prioritizing Rift Herald as much as maybe what I thought. I thought there was just going to be a lot more fights in the early games around this Rift Herald, but maybe this is the time that we actually finally get a fight around this Rift Herald, as both teams look to play a little bit aggressive. But Random right now is playing very aggressive on this Orianna pick, doing so much damage to Snorlax early on.
Oh, absolutely shredding through at this moment in time. He's got to be careful. Obviously, the Jin Zhao, yes, he needs a little bit more itemization. I mean, it looks like he's going to go for like more of the... Yeah, they're going to go... He's like, you know what? Let's kind of like give up the the Rift Herald. Maybe let's get a little bit more kind of shielding come through. If we're able to get that Dragon Soul onto the Rift for the side of International Jobcenter. But I mean, it looks like he's going to go for a lethality item first, right? Maybe the Yumu's?
Yomu's will be Serpent's Fang for the anti-shield, because they have so much shielding. The Orianna has a shield, the Riven has a shield, Rel has a shield as well. So Ghostblade not really built that much at the moment. Mainly it's just Serpent's Fang just for the anti-shield, but makes sense as a first item. You will be maybe a little bit slower in terms of consistent damage over time. Trinity Force is normally best for that, but you'll probably build that as the second item. But I think prioritizing the anti-shield as a first item against this team composition that has so much shielding, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. But Final Wax deciding, or Snorlax, sorry, deciding in the end, not contesting the Rift Herald, instead just looking for an invade. He invaded, he took away the Grump, and he took away the blue buff. So trading that Rift Herald for a few of the enemy junglers' camps in the end. So, and you can see here, pings are going down to just say that the Riven is probably on the bot side of the map now, just clearing through the rest of our camps. But yeah, as I mentioned, Serpent's Fang first item, anti-shield against all of the team, just makes a lot of sense. There's so much shielding on the side of Baguette this game.
Yeah. Obviously, we see in the ensemble being put down here to the mid lane, looking to try and get that first T1 onto the gorge here, but it's going to be the Braum ultimate trying to get the push away there. Ultimately, it does fall down into the mid lane, creating that pressure onto the side of International Jobcenter. We have Carlos looking pretty low here. The Aftershock not quite hitting the target for the side of International Jobcenter. So now getting caught out, being phase check. It's going to be Final Wax. He's been given out because of that intel. Trying to get the dive here. It's going to be Snorlax. Can they get the kill? Oh, okay. So kills coming through here for the side of International Jobcenter. But now on the fleet run is going to be the side of RM. They have to get the TP here through from Renekton just to kind of force away Jash. Because Jash, I mean, if he wasn't contested there, if he knew that there was nobody else running towards him, he was playing from the position advantage, right? He was just chasing them down, doing the damage here. But Hest is maybe getting caught out here. Has to kind of have a bit of a saving grace. It's going to be a 3v1 dive here onto Hestes. A lot of damage, and that turret is not going to do enough to take down Carlos. But can Random do it? He does.
I mean, Random is doing so much work on this Orianna pick. 3-0 already on this Orianna, going for the Ludens, going for the more burst damage build. Does have the Conqueror though, which I thought maybe was going to go for a more consistent damage build with maybe something like Archangel, but going for more burst damage, going for Ludens, going for the Ocean's Trident, again for more anti-shield. But unfortunately does get a little bit caught out here by the phase rush movement speed from Snorlax, and does give over the shutdown. So bit of a mistake here for Random overextending the top sides.
Yeah, it shouldn't do it. I think you may as well just like said, like, you know what, let's kind of just like force them away from the T1. Let's see if we can get obviously the kill there as well, and then just kind of retreat at that point. But maybe just trying to look for a little bit more now that he had Hestes there, but unfortunately met his maker. But obviously, International Jobcenter, they have to put in the work here. Obviously, they have in terms of the gold lead. Obviously, they are looking to try and close that. They're around about 300 gold behind now, compared to that like 1k earlier on. But still, team fight wise, they're trying to do best, right? Obviously, you can see the initial engage coming from Snorlax. He's kind of trying to like lead the charge, take the damage here.
Does have the Trinity Force now as the second item. As mentioned, just going for the Serpent's Fang to start things off to just get that extra anti-shield, which is definitely going to help him out a little bit later on against the shielding of the Oriana, the Rail in the end. Like, there is so much shielding in the end to try and come on down and to try and, you know, help the team overall. Hasn't really done too much just yet, though. As we're seeing second items being completed across the board. Magnetic Blast, the second item for Shy on this vein. As I said, with this type of build, you're getting a little bit less attack speed now with the Bloodthirster not being there. So you're a lot more focused on just burst damage overall and just raw AD. So be interesting to see maybe Vayne is maxing her first ability instead of her second ability to try and focus more on more burst damage, on more single, more damage when she tumbles rather than the damage over time with your, you know, keep auto attacking and so much attack speed over and over again. So interesting to see what her position is going to be like during team fights, but also when it comes down to how much attack speed she has and if she even has enough attack speed to try and break all of the tanks and all of the bruisers over for the side of Baguette. But both teams at the moment playing pretty stable at the moment. Looks like they might try and dive here.
Yep. The teleport comes through from Firen as well. Gets caught out. Is going to be Hestes. And they have the minion waves. It's that T1. I mean, they have to defend this one. If this falls, it's going to be a harder place for Final Wax to run to safety. But the Aftershock catches too. But it's going to be the dive into the back line there with a Renekton. It does enough damage, but gets taken down by Final Wax. That's overall a 2-2 trade between these two teams. Jash is doing a lot of damage. And Random just gets out with the nick of health.
And it feels so bad already because Final Wax was looking for that tower dive and kind of baited Heste to jump in there in the end. And actually, Snorlax is really low on HP here. They're going to look for the steal. Final Wax, Snorlax snipes a little bit too early in the end. And Final Wax jumps on in and steals away the Baron. Such well played there to flash and then dash over the wall to get into the pit in time. Snorlax, just a little bit of a mistake there, a little bit of an early smite there onto the Baron meant that Final Wax was able to secure it. Really well played here by Riven.
Yeah, he was dancing around that brush. It was like, you know what? I know how much damage I'm going to do with each skill. I know how to get that little bit of CC onto the enemy team with the hits from the Riven, the like smackdown with the skill, and then getting that smite off at that crucial time, getting that steal, it was really kind of put the wind into the sails of Baguette. And not only that, it's kind of positioned them into the gold lead as well. They have the chance to enter the bot side of the map. They're looking for the invade into the enemy jungle as well at this red buff. Maybe looking to give it over to Jash potentially here as well. But it looks like it's going to be Riven stealing that one away. Looking for more down to the bot side of the map. That T2 looking like it's going to take a lot of damage. And even Falter here. What a big push.
Yeah, big turnaround here for Baguette. As soon as they steal that Baron, they know how to deal with it. They know how to push their advantage. You can see now they took two inhibitors, two inner towers away. Vayne gets sniped by Heste in the end. The burst damage from the Oriana is absolutely insane. And then they're able to just snipe him away with the Rel. And this time, all three inner towers get taken away. And just like that, Blam, one steal away from the Baron. And it means the Baguettes are on the front foot now trying to break this inhibitor tower.
Yeah, one steal is all it takes. I mean, it's not only kind of like playing at the advantage here of Baguettes, but like in any MOBA, like if you steal away a neutral objective and you're on the receiving end of that steal, you are like, oh man, like the mental boom is going to be a big factor here for International Jobcenter. The fact that they've lost all T2s as well, like that was a solid push from the side of Baguette.
Yeah, incredible job to break every single tier 2 tower. You see, they just went from bot lane to mid lane to top lane, and they just took tower after tower after tower. Really well played and really understanding how best to use Baron. Like, they used Baron at a perfect time there as well, because they were able to use everything there, and they're going to engage onto the Vayne here as well. The Vayne's getting pulled in by the Rel. They're not able to actually kill the Rel in the end. Actually, Snorlax that goes down in the end, and that's another kill over to Baguette. You're seeing on my way pings now over to the top side of the map. They can't get any inhibitor towers at the moment because they don't have any minions being pushed in. So instead, they're just going to rotate around and take away all the jungle camps away from the Xin Zhao, putting the jungler further and further behind.
Exactly. I mean, he's down by like what 2k gold roughly here between themselves, Final Wax and Snorlax here. So to take away these little any bits of resources they have, like they're really relying on that minion wave to crash into a safe place here to then be like, okay, we can try and formulate a little bit of try and get back some dividends of that gold lead in forms of these minions. But unfortunately for the side of International Jobcenter, they're not going to do that. But Baguette's are literally like, okay, let's let them naturally crash into the turrets. We'll take the minion waves, and they have to come to us to try and get any kind of resources.
Yeah. I think it's very difficult for International Jobcenter to even get out of their base right now, as it looks like the Baron buff might be started here. Like I said, I don't think International Jobcenter could really contest this. Like, their waves are looking pretty terrible at the moment. Teleport does come through from Renekton, which does force Baguette to back away. But they did force out the teleport, though, which is a pretty big summon spell, which means that potentially Olaf could look through onto the bot side. But instead, they can look to dive in onto Snorlax. Final Wax, solo bolo kill onto the Xin Zhao in the end. And the status comes through from the Rel to keep her alive. And Final Wax is doing God's work right now on the Riven. Her mobility is just so difficult to deal with, and they catch out Snorlax so well there. Like the Rel CC on top of the Riven engage as well on top of that. Every single time that Baguettes find a play, they find a member of International Jobcenter caught off guard, they engage. They have no hesitation at all.
Exactly. I mean, there was a perfect use of the status as well, right? Obviously using the status there to kind of like mitigate any of that kind of like big swing from the Renekton to try and build up that rage bar and try and just get like some kind of leeway into that team fight. Completely mitigated thanks to the status here. And I feel like just Baguettes, obviously they now have that signature 10k gold lead going into their favor once again. They are playing from such a position of privilege here and power. So I feel like they just need to kind of push these mini waves through. As you can see down to the bot side of the map, you're seeing that Petrus is trying to kind of force this T3 into the bot side, whilst you've got Final Wax and the rest of the crew into the mid lane, just trying to force the other two lanes. So it's kind of like trying to force the hand of International Jobcenter.
I mean, look at this. Every single wave is crashing at the exact same time. Bot wave is pushed in, now mid wave is pushed in, and top wave as well. This is so well played by Baguettes and really showcases how you're meant to use Baron in the best way possible. And it looks like the engage is coming on through onto Final Wax here, but he used that immobility to escape. He tried to engage onto Shy, but Shy still had that cleanse to be able to escape. But yeah, they just don't have the wave clear at the moment. All three inhibitors are now down for International Jobcenter. It's backs against the wall, and Baguette's going to try and close this one out.
Yeah, look to close this the Nexus of game number 4, and they are going to take the match, and that's going to be Baguette claiming themselves into the grand finals tomorrow as they beat International Jobcenter, which when you look, like we were saying in introduction, International Jobcenter were looking very scary. They beat Baguette 4 times, and now Baguette's bouncing back when it matters the most, getting to claim their victory when it matters the most to them.
Yeah, exactly that. It was incredible performance overall from Baguette. I mean, even after their shaky kind of game 1 and game 2, I think they really like showcased in game 3 and game 4 why they're considered, you know, some of the best players overall. I mean, Final Wax just feels so much more comfortable on these carry picks compared to like the Jarvan game, for example. Like, you compare this Riven game to like the Jarvan game, for example, he feels so much more comfortable. He feels so much more confident on this pick, and I think it just really showcases how well he performs as a player. Random, of course, getting his solo kills as well. Patres on the Akali in game number 1. We can't forget that one. I think that overall this team has shown a lot of promise in the battles. Of course, they kind of steamrolled through the entire battles, but they're not done there. You know, they want to try and take away the entire crown. They want to take away the showdown as well, taking down International Jobcenter. So like you said, Baguette's going into the grand final tomorrow, and International Jobcenter will be going into that 3rd place match.
Yes, unfortunately, obviously, they aren't going to get that grand finals revenge, right? Obviously, it's going to be International Job Center hitting the maximum of that third place potential here for themselves. Obviously, do they go against Vapo? Do they go against Mango? Obviously, that's going to be our next game of the day. Obviously, that's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, the CIS region going up against the Spanish team here as well. Obviously, Vapo from like the past few like battles and showdowns have been a team that's kind of always kind of like been a bit of a dark horse for me, especially from the CIS region as well. Like they showed a lot of promise in the last showdown. I believe they actually took second place from that one as well, I believe.
Yeah, I think that overall they've just been improving.
Yeah.
It feels like they always get to the showdowns. They always make it into that top 3, top 4 every single time. But it's about taking that next step, like you said, Blam. It's about how can you do against, you know, some of these best players. Excuse me, in EMEA, some of these best players that you'll be coming up against, which Mango won't be any light work either. I think they've got a few really, really strong players like Quant support. They got Deadly AD carry. They got Town in one of the solo lanes as well. So that's going to be an exciting series. We will be taking a break in between both of our best of 5s. Baguette booked their ticket into the final. International Job Set will be going to the third place matchup, but we've still got one more best of 5 to go today. So after the break, we'll be seeing Mango against Vapo. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Rift Legends Showdown. We are ready to go here for the second series of the day between Vapo against Mango. And if the first series is anything to go by, I think we're in for another banger blam, another best of 5, another fearless draft. And it's going to be exciting to see what picks we're going to see this time around, whether the meta kind of changes from draft to draft, or whether we see the same champion shining high again.
I mean, the difference is obviously the matchup history between these two teams as well. Obviously, Mango and Vapo have both won one series and lost one series against each other. So even though obviously we saw International Jobcenter historically beating Baguette's 4-0, this one could either be a telling sign that it's going to be a full best of 5 between these two teams, or maybe a bit of hidden power like we just saw from Baguette's there that was able to take the first series away from International Jobcenter. Could be the case here between these two teams this time around.
Yeah, I think I'm not really too sure how to really rate the two teams, like in terms of power levels. I think they're probably going to be pretty even, I would say, overall. I think when it comes down to the power level overall of the entire tournament of like the top 4, I think the first series that we just fought, like I said, could have potentially been a final with how strong all the players are individually. But we'll have to see. You know, both Mango and Vapo, I think Mango have been around for a very long time now. I've been kind of changing their roster around. I think the only person that's really changed the only person that stayed in their team is Deadly. The AD carry for Mango has been around for a very, very long time, pops around in chat sometimes, and also is a very fond member of the Spanish community. But they have a few other players around Deadly this time around, with the likes of Quant in there. They also have Lakatown as one of their solo laners. UI is going to be playing in the jungle, and then Faker Rappo in the mid lane. So a bit of a different roster this time around, but again, I still think they're going to have the same goals as what they always do to try and perform the best that they can, and it's going to be a very, very interesting series.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Vapo have some quite familiar names as well, right? Like obviously not from just the battles and showdowns previously, but obviously Queenie as well, obviously being one of the big names from that region as well. Lilo as well as Susano as well. Those are obviously players that will be shining for the side of Vapo. So yeah, I mean, it is going to be a battle of obviously familiar faces within the community, but that's what this is all about, right? The showdown is all about highlighting the best within the communities of Wild Rift. But we're going to get into game number 1 BP between Vapo as well as Mango. And it's going to be the Akali ban here first time around. Obviously, in the first series, Akali came through as one of the first picks of the series, and it definitely shined for Baguette. So banning this one out, one of their AP carries is going to be Vapo as well as that Lucian.
And no surprises so far on the bans. As you mentioned, Akali being very, very powerful. Lucian hasn't escaped any banning phase so far. I think this kind of just shows the power of Lucian and how strong this champion is right now. Akali and Aurora being the other 2 bans, I think are kind of expected as well. Fiora ban is an interesting one on the first rotation and in the first series as well. Could be very interesting to see if this does get locked in here for... Oh, wait, it does get locked in. Okay, interesting. So Fiora being banned away is a bit of an interesting one. I'm not too sure. I mean, maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe it's Vapo, or maybe it's Telgido, I'm not going to try and say
the Lilo.
Maybe one of their players just feels very, very comfortable on the Fiora, and they, you know, Mango knows about it, so they don't want to give that one away. Poppy, of course, we saw random playing in the first series of the day, so that's going to be that's going to be banned away as well as Gwen seems to be the last ban as well. So plenty of junglers open this time, which I think is a big difference. We saw a lot of junglers banned in the previous series between International Jobcenter and Baguette. Nidalee, game 1.
I mean, interesting, right? Because I mean, we still have the likes of Aatrox is available. Obviously, that was a big ban from last series. Yeah. So
Rumble,
surprised that's not come through. Rumble, yeah, exactly. Obviously, we had the Bard as well, which has been one of the sort of like prio picks, prio bans as well. But it's going to be the Nidalee here for the side of Vapo, game number 1. Nice. I mean,
very interesting.
Rafa has taken the wrong weekend, clearly.
Yeah, very interesting to see that in your first game, you decide to go for Nidalee first pick, and of course, this is a champion that you need a lot of setup potential with. You need a lot of lockdown. You need a lot of ways in which Nidalee can try and dash on forward. But look at this straight away. Like Nidalee is left open. That's a great first pick. But then you give over Bard and potentially Aatrox as well. So with so many power picks open in this game, you can see that sometimes red side could be a little bit more favored because yes, you have one of the first strong picks, but then you give two over straight away with both Bard and Aatrox being picked up. So two really nice picks here for Mango to lock in. And Ezreal, another priority for Ezreal. It's really interesting to see that maybe it's a mindset with some of the AD carries that now Bloodthirster has been nerfed quite heavily, that some of the, Ezreal's power is going back up in priority. Of course, a very safe AD carry. His priorities may be going a little bit up now thanks to the nerf to Bloodthirster.
Okay, so we're going to get an Ambassador into the top side of the map potentially here as well for the side of Vapo. Hecarim being hovered over as well. Obviously, for the past so many series of the last game, last games of the series, Hecarim was one of those kind of like hesitated picks as well, but it's going to be the Hecarim into the jungle here, and obviously then Aatrox top side of the map. So we're looking towards that mid lane, and obviously ADC pool here for the side of Mango, and then obviously it's going to be support picks onto the side of Vapo here. So Nautilus ban making a lot of sense here as well. Obviously potentially a ban for, I don't think they're going to play the Camille this time around, the Hesty special into the support role here, but maybe the likes of maybe the Ornn or maybe even the Galio potentially getting banned out here for the side of Vapo.
Looks like it is going to be that Galio, of course, can be great as a follow-up for the Ambassador engage. Can also really be good for disengage as well to try and stop the likes of the Aatrox and the Hecarim from diving on through. So that's going to be banned away. And yeah, Ryze and Lissandra seems to be the bans for Vapo. So kind of taking away a few of the AP options, but there's still a few AP options left open here on the table. You could look for a potential of Mordekaiser, Volibear can bring a little bit of AP power. Warwick as well. Akali is banned, so that can't be taken away. So actually going to leave their kind of solo lane AP pick until last. They're actually going to look in Xayah for Deadly, which can work very well against the likes of the Ambassador and Nidalee for disengage.
Exactly so, and then obviously is the potential of the Ornn here. Obviously, huge playmaking potential with that ultimate. Obviously, we did see a few of those whiff in the last series, so hopefully Susanoo is going to be able to set those ones up. But looks like the potential of a Nari as well, obviously just kind of solidifying that front line and giving over space for both Hank and Queenie here on the Ezreal and the Nidalee. So I feel like it's a solid draft here. Obviously, in terms of AP, they are lacking quite a bit here onto the side of Vapo.
Yeah, I guess they just have to. Oh, well, I guess they got the Nidalee, so I think that Nidalee will be fine there. So what's going to be Mango? It's going to be Swain again. We did see it struggle in the early stages of the game, like in them 1v1 scenarios, and it will be locked in. But we did see that Swain could be very scary when it comes to these late game team fights, and when it comes to these group team fights where everyone's grouped together. You can use your ultimate. You have so much crowd control, and of course, Malignance just gives you so much more damage. They did need an AP champion, of course. I think Mango just had way too much AD damage, so it makes sense they locked in something like a Swain. But I probably would like something else instead of Swain, to be honest with you. But I mean, both sides have their AP options. Both sides have quite decent frontline, I would say. Mango maybe lacking a little bit of frontline because they don't have that tank support again. They don't. They're not going for a tank jungler. They're not going for a tank solo laner, and also they don't have a. For Mango, they really lack that front line that maybe they need against the likes of the Nidalee and the Ambassador and the Gnar diving in.
I mean, I feel like the Swain's up for the job, right? Like if you have the Ambassador as well as obviously any of the dive from like the likes of the Gnar, if you've got so much kind of like, if you've got so many like champions around you, that's where Swain starts to shine, right? Like we saw in one of the games from the last series, just the the amount of AoE damage they can deal out. And when you're at close range with him, it's kind of like you are just feeding into him in terms of that sustainability. So unless they start to build a lot of anti-heal here onto the side of Vapo, which I can't imagine would be their first itemization call point here for the side of Vapo. But game number 1 is onto the Gorge, onto the Rift here. This time around, Vapo against Mango. And obviously, we are going to be seeing another 4 best of 5 potentially here between these two teams, thanks to how they have been standing historically.
Let's see what happens here, because as you mentioned, it was 1-1 between these two teams in previous games throughout this season. It looks like an early invade, actually, from Vapo, trying to take away the advantage from this Hecarim early on. And that's a very interesting way to start off this game, is the early invade. Nidalee done no other camps. Queenie just went straight from base at level 1 and went straight for the invade against the Hecarim. Very surprising. We don't really get to see that too much, because normally junglers play a little bit safe for their first jungle clear. But
yeah,
to start things off, they're going to be going for some early aggressive invades.
Yeah, very ballsy move here from the side of Vapo. But I mean, that's what you got to do, right? Like, obviously, catch your enemy team like off guard here is definitely the shout and the right call. Obviously, trying to blunder the Hecarim in the early game is definitely going to hinder any kind of early game advantage that the side of Mango may try and formulate here. But I mean, we were saying for Final Wax, right? Obviously, like, he tried to go for the invade, wasn't able to kind of like try and find or have intel onto the Wukong. But this time around, it's like, you know what? Obviously, Queenie was like, you know what? We have the intel here onto the enemy team. Let's just go in there anyway and take away that buff from the side of Mango. So they're just kind of like reaping their rewards.
Oh, engaging into the mid lane. First blood for the Ornn in the end. Ornn surprised to get the first blood. Queenie flashes over the wall as well. And Vapo get a little bit of an advantage here with Ornn being able to get the first blood. He does fall for himself, but Queenie flashing over the wall. And this is a Dark Harvest Nidalee as well. So if you can get her stacks early on, this Nidalee could be very, very scary. Already a kill, already an assist. A 2-for-1 trade plan for Vapo in that mid lane trade.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty scary, right? Like, this is a very different kind of like matchup we're having compared to what we just saw with International Jobcenter and Baguette. Like, there was respect onto the rip, right? Whereas this time around, it's kind of just like, Vapo's like, you know what? Forget your respect. Put it in the bin. We are looking to juice those mangoes. And that's exactly what they're doing here, right? They got around 700 gold lead at this moment in time. They're looking for those very sort of positive trades in their favors. And they're really showing here that Queenie is, maybe this is one of his like, big picks, right? Is this Nidalee?
It's been working out so far. Been able to get a few stacks early on, and has a bit of a gold lead at the moment against UI. So that's going to be quite an important lead there to try and get UI a little bit far behind. And actually, Queenie's going to look to play aggressive again here onto this blue buff and try and steal it away. Actually does steal it away as well. Queenie has been dominating in the jungle so far, and he's just going to jump away. But now Hiccup on the tempered face from the Bard. Beautiful.
Pretty huge, but he gets taken down. The True Shot Barrage is going to be enough damage to take down a lot of the health bars on the side of Mango, but there's no kind of re-engage here, trying to get the trick shots from the Ezreal, but it's not quite landing. Quaint taking a lot of damage as well. Nice knock-up from the Ornn, but obviously there was just a little bit too of a slow follow-up here, but maybe trying to get the potential hit onto the Aatrox here. Gets hit by the slow. Susanoo and Hank not quite being able to follow that one up once again.
We've engaged now into the top side as well with, unfortunately, the Gnar looks like getting a little bit caught out. Tried to get engaged onto the Swain underneath the tower, but there was a Hecarim, there was a Horsey right behind that wall, being able to dive on in. And even though the early game hasn't gone too well here for UI, Queenie has been playing very aggressive on this Nidalee, going for invade after invade. Hecarim still find ways to kind of pull this one back. Hasn't gotten any kills to start things off really in this game, but a few assists. But yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, Blam, earlier about this game feeling so different. It looks like both teams are wanting to take more risks, and they want to play a lot more aggressive in these matchups.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely more of a risk takers here on the side of Vapo, and obviously it's paid off in terms of the gold lead so far, around about formulated. 1K gold lead so far for Vapo in this first game, but you can kind of see already that Mango has been able to kind of like bring the heat to the table as well, right? Like they're able to kind of like try and stop the takedowns of their teammates, but it's going to be the world ender here being poked by the Aatrox. True Shot Barrage, a little bit too much to the left here, but it's going to be the pickup for Queenie once again. And pulling those kills over to Queenie on this Nidalee is not what you want to be seeing if you're Vapo.
Oh, exactly that. I mean, the Nidalee's starting to get really far ahead now. Oh, nearly 1,000 goldie blam on this Nidalee. And like you said, it's not a champion that you really want to for them to get really far ahead in this one. I think, yeah, I'd be very worried right now if I was Mango, because them Nidalee spears are going to start hurting. Lichbane already finished. And like I said, Blam and Champ Select, they don't have a front line that can tank these Nidalee spears, that can really block these Nidalee spears or stop really the Nidalee from engaging. They don't have a lot of CC, they don't have a lot of tanks, and I think it's really down to Queenie in this game to try and carry this one for his team.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to ride on any kind of like maybe a little bit of magic resistance here for Mango. But obviously, as a first item, is anybody, the champion on their side, really going to be focusing going for any kind of magic resistance? They're just hoping that maybe Queenie wasn't going to be so aggressive. And unfortunately for the side of Mango, it wasn't the answer they were looking for. They're able to get the Eye Strike here onto the side of Vapo as well, trying to go for a bit of a clear, precise jungle domination as well. Looking to go for the Enchanted and Samball. Gets both neutral objectives. This is a very aggressive Vapo.
Yeah, they were able to take the Dragon. They were able to take the Rift Tail. They're just taking everything away from Mango at the moment. And even though it's only a 2,000 gold lead here, it just looks like Vapo are just dominating around the map. They have full control of this map. And what, Ezreal? Did he just arcane shift forward into a wall and Bard just stunned him? That's a huge mistake there by Hank.
He clearly was just sick of life, you know, at that point of the game. He's like, you know what? It's 7 minutes already. I need to give over a kill here. He hasn't got a single kill just yet, so maybe he's just going for the 10 death power spike.
That was definitely a decision, Blam. That was a very interesting arcane shift decision. I mean, I guess he didn't think that the Hecarim was also there, but even so, like, you can't arcane shift forward against the Bard. The Bard's just going to be able to stun you, and then you have the Xayah feathers afterwards as well. As Xayah is maybe a little bit caught out again. Queenie gets another stack. There you go. Saw the little Dark Harvest proc there onto Bard coming on through. Queenie has been doing an incredible job so far. Like, he has been everywhere on this map. He's been invading at early level 1s. He's been around the map taking all the objectives. He's now taking towers for his team. What can this man not do?
Hopefully win the game for his team, right? Obviously, he's definitely looking like the carry for the side of Vapo so far. I mean, definitely looking at it towards the goal difference here between these two teams is almost just under 1k between them both here. A bit of a fight going on right now. Xayah taking a lot of the brunt of that damage as well onto the side of Mango.
Nice
gets exactly. He's able to get that triple knock up there. Maybe the setup here for the side of Vapo, what they're really looking for. Obviously, Vi looking pretty low here. They're having to use that ultimate from the Xayah as well to mitigate a lot of that damage. But into the back line is going to be the Aatrox trying to get the knock onto Lilo. Lilo's on the run. The phase rush is coming through. There it is, the takedown onto Lilo as well. Can the side of Mango get a little bit more?
Yeah, they're going to go in for more here as well. Quant's going to try and do a little bit of damage and set up for his team with the Bard, but not able to in the end. Unfortunately, the Xayah just took way too much poke damage early on with that Ezreal. So in the end, he's just going to back off for now. My, oh my, oh my. This game is just getting closer and closer again. I mean, it kind of shows the power level of these two teams. And we're neck and neck now. It would go. Oh, okay. Ornn nearly taken down by the tower there. The tower's nearly stronger than a big Ornn, but yeah, overall it's just even trades. And like I said, I think if Xayah didn't take so much poke damage early on in that team fight, that pick onto Nara on the side there from Lakatown was really, really smart and actually gave them a huge advantage to try and dive in the bot side. But it was only a 4 versus 3, so they didn't feel to, or 4 versus 4, sorry, because Xayah was out the fight.
Exactly. I feel like if like you said, if the damage wasn't done onto the Xayah, then definitely would have been a little bit more impactful here for the side of Mango. But Vapo definitely still kind of leading the charge right now, looking to try and take a bit of an assault onto the top side here. T1 potentially getting taken down here for the side of Vapo. Vapo will get it, not with a huge engage. Absolutely huge here. And then obviously Ort was able to get sent back into the enemy team, but it's going to be enough to kind of zone them out and split them apart there, getting the takedown onto the Aatrox so far. But I mean, Xayah looking pretty low. Bard goes down. Point gets deleted, but same time, saving grace here for the side of Deadly is still on the run, but Lilo as well, very low.
It looks like Nidalee was able to snipe away the Bard in the end and also nearly take down Xayah as well. These Nidalee spears are starting to do a lot of damage. The Tempered Fate was great there from the Bard, but Nard just gave the team enough space that the Tempered Fate didn't come back to bite them, because that could have been really scary there for Vapo. The Tempered Fate hitting 3 people, but there was just no follow-up afterwards, unfortunately, and Nard did an incredible job to try and stop the rest of the team from diving on in. And then, like I said, the Nidalee spears, if you can get low health members on the side of Mango in these later fights, then these Nidalee spears are just going to be thrown from everywhere, and it's going to be so difficult to try and deal with.
Yeah, it's looking pretty difficult here, but trying to get the dive here onto Mbessa, but it gets the status as well. Maybe a bit of a bait here, but still, there's no answer from the side of Vapo. They're caught between the wall and her teammates, and it's going to be that Swain just constantly zoning them out from any kind of engage there. Okay, we get hit by that status there from the Bard, pretty huge. Get the knock up, but it's going to be cancelled out by the Xayah ultimate, but the look at Deadly's health. It looks really low. And there's the takedown at the Deadly once again. Whoa! Lilo with the 4-man hit, and there comes more. This is going to be a deletion of Mango with the top side of the map. You see that UI is trying to escape here onto the Hecarim. He's trying to do a little bit of damage control, but it's not going to be enough here. He gets taken down. That's going to be an ace onto the side of Vapo.
The 4-man Meganar in the end from Lilo finds them all. And the Nidalee spears as well is doing so much damage. There's nothing that Deadly could have done in the end. He didn't have flash. He didn't have his ultimate to dodge that spear. And this is what I was talking about in Champion Select. They don't have a tank in their team to block these Nidalee spears. They pick the Bard to try and play aggressive, to try and go for the engages instead. But most of the time, these Tempered Fates has been used defensively by the Bard. And it means that Nidalee just has an absolute field day in this game. And then Lilo on the Meganar in the end, the 4-man stun into the wall was just absolutely beautiful. And yeah, they just all get completely knocked out. They're going to try and go in again here. This time Deadly is able to use his ultimate, but they're not here for the kills. Vapo, they just want to try and take these towers.
Yeah, they take the T2 into the mid lane as well. Obviously, True Shot Barrage, it does fall through, but he's going to be taken down already. He's going to be the Hecarim here. So UI saying bye-bye here onto the side of Mango. Obviously, T2 down to the bot side of the map, getting a lot of pressure from the minion wave. The status here from the Bard is only going to stop the inevitable takedown of the inhibitor here into the mid lane as well. Vapo looking for a potential quick game, about 13 minutes right now.
Exactly 13 minutes into this game. Mid lane inhibitor already going down. Looks like the bot lane inhibitor might be going down very soon as well, as the Baron buff minions are pushing on through. But the Baron is going to probably end very soon yet, so they don't want to risk it. They just want to back off. They'll take the 2 inhibitors, they'll take the 7,000 gold lead, and they'll just take the rest of the jungle instead.
Exactly. Why not just claim everything here onto the side of Vapo, right? Like, they've got the 2 inhibitors right now. Obviously, they can spawn back after a short little time, but what's not going to be an issue here for the side of Vapo is the fact that they can just kind of take everything here. Yes, obviously UI was able to reclaim the red buff here, but overall that gold lead is just further and further snowballing onto the side of Vapo.
How do Mango come back from this as well? I don't think there is any way that they can come back from this. They don't have a front line. They don't have a tank to try and block these Nidalee spears. They don't have anything. Oh my god, the dive in onto the Bard. The Bard just got one shot by the Nidalee, and Mango are going to try their best to try and defend this Nexus, but I'm not too sure they're going to have the damage. They do kill one though. They do kill the Gnar. The stays up. spear again. The timing of Queenie on these Nidalee spears.
Oh!
It's so scary. He jumps in for
into the
another
back
kill.
line.
He's now going on top of Deadly. He flashes away from the feathers and takes down Deadly as well. Queenie absolutely clean on this Nidalee. Question marks about the first pick, but Queenie showed the power of Nidalee even after the nerfs. And wow, oh wow, what a game in the end by Vapo. And them Nidalee spears. I mean, I'm trying to dodge them as I'm casting, as I'm watching the game. Like it's so difficult. It's so difficult. But yeah, I mean, Mango took every single spear in that game, and it really showed the power of Nidalee. And hey, when you don't have enough lockdown, I think that was kind of a mistake really in the end for Mango. Maybe it was something to do with the draft, maybe it was something to do with the bans. But when you play against a Nidalee and when you have a Nidalee picked against you, you need a frontline tank. You need some sort of crowd control, whether that's something like the Vi to lock down, whether that's something like the Nautilus to try and lock them down. You know, any sort of tank, any sort of frontline to try and stop this Nidalee from throwing spears, from just running around the game. Because you saw in that game, Queenie wasn't put under any pressure at all throughout the entire game. I don't think there was any time where Queenie felt like he was in danger, and he just ran away with that one. Beautiful.
Yeah, they say pressure creates diamonds, but from that word go, Queenie was a diamond straight out of the draft there. So very well played from Vapo. Very sort of decisive, quick, early game here from the team. But ultimately, obviously, you saw towards the end there, like that team fight was so deadly that UI was running in the wrong direction. Like he was just like, you know what, guys? Sorry, I can't win this one. I've just lost 4 members.
That's going to do it for game number 1. But of course, with this being Fearless Draft, does mean that Nidalee is off the table now, and Queenie's going to have to try and find another champion to try and carry on this time. But if game number 1 is anything to go by, then he can pick up plenty of other champions to try and pick things off here and to try and figure things out. It should be pretty exciting stuff indeed. Yeah, pretty cool. And we'll get into game number 2 soon.
Yes, obviously wait for the game number 2 to be coming through. Obviously, we are waiting for which side to come through. Obviously, Vapo, once again, just showing that blue side is the winning side, right? Especially when you get that prio pick, and it's the pick that's kind of going to be the carry for your team. This time, again, it was going to be Nidalee for Queenie. That was the reason why they were able to get that victory in game number 1. But like you said, like maybe it's just a lack of draft execution there by Mango in terms of CC, in terms of frontline. But whatever it is, they need to adjust that in game number 2, or else they'll be down by 2 points already.
Now it's down to Mango to try and see what they come back with now. See what picks they come back with, because I think overall their team composition didn't really make too much sense. I think there was like glimmers of hope in some instances throughout the game. I mean, even Queenie early on, like invading the Hecarim at level 1 and not really having anything to do really in the end. Like Queenie just jumps on in, invades the blue buff at level 1, and then just clears through his entire jungle. So already he's kind of ahead in tempo. He's clearing through his entire jungle and invading as well at the same time. And then Hecarim is just put behind, that early on as well. He got a few Dark Harvest stacks as well. And you can see that when you snowball, when you get a few Dark Harvest stacks, he got a kill, we got an assist in the early game, he got a few stacks. When you do that, then the damage can be very absurd and very difficult to deal with.
Exactly. I mean, it was definitely very difficult, right? Like there was no like cat chance in hell here for the side of Mango when they were just hitting those spears to the face. And if it weren't the spears, it was literally he was diving into the back line like you saw towards the end there. Deadly really thought he had the catch where he's using the Zyre ultimate. He laid down the feathers, really hoping that CC was going to come through and buy himself enough time to survive. But ultimately, he got run down as well. So now, obviously, Nidalee, this is the whole problem with the Fearless draft as well, right? Is the fact that because Vapo played that one, Mango can't even turn around and be like, you know what, let's give over the Nidalee to UI. Let's see if he can carry on it, because now neither of those two teams can play that champion once again. And quite a few big picks have been taken off here from the side of Mango and actually not transitioned into a victory here, like the Bard, the Aatrox, as well as the Zyre as well. Obviously, 3 big picks from the last series that really tried to make a difference for the team that selected them. And Aatrox obviously being respectedly banned for the entire of the last series, comes out in game number 1 and doesn't bear the fruit for Mango.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the bans are like really for game number 2. See if maybe Mango switch things around. We'll
Yep.
have to see what sides they are on for game
Mhm.
number 2. I would assume that Mango would probably go over to the blue side. I think we've just seen throughout the entire day that blue side is just very important, and getting that first pick is very, very important because yeah, you need to make sure that you kind of lock them down. You lock down the, you lock down the, you lock down the picks. You lock down that first pick. I think is just so important. Yes, you give 2 picks over. I think we saw in game number 1 that if the bans are a little bit more open and
Yep.
there's more power picks open, that you can kind of trade 2 for 1 in power picks. But I mean, Queenie, I think if wherever Vapo get tomorrow, whether they get to the grand final tomorrow, whether they get to the 3rd place matchup, I think that Nilly's getting banned in every single game. I think,
Oh, absolutely.
I think Queenie just showed in this game that he just knows how to pilot the champion to her best.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, obviously both winning teams so far, picked the Nidalee, right? So obviously, Final Wax onto the side of Baguette, but now obviously Queenie onto the side of Vapo. I mean, you could argue that Vapo's Queenie was probably a little bit more of a aggressive performance here for this one as well. So, like you say, I think it's going to be a highly contested ban within tomorrow if we do see Baguette go up against Vapo. Obviously, it's very early doors between the Mangoes and Vapo right now. But like you were saying, like if you are going to give over to the blue side, to Vapo once again, you definitely want to be making sure that those first 2 picks onto the red side, at least one of them is going to be a counter. But you have to give it over to Vapo as well. The fact is that they banned Poppy in the first ban phase as well, which would have been a huge pick against the Nidalee, right? Obviously, Tank CC gets the boinker away if they do decide to get close as well. So I feel like Vapo just played the draft very well, like a game of 4D chess, whereas Mango was just kind of like, right, what can we get onto the Rift? Which is going to be an expensive pick, and let's hope that it actually delivers the goods.
Here we go. Draft should be. There you go. Production tells us 20 seconds. We can do a countdown. 15. 14. Okay, that's a bit too much, isn't it? That's a bit too much trying to cut down from that. But yeah, draft should be ready to go soon. Mango, like I said, expected to be on the blue side. We'll have to see what sides they are on as well. And we'll have to see what picks and bans come through the next time around. Here we go. Picks and bans, game number 2, and it will be Mango, as I said, on the blue side for this one, to see what picks and bans come around this time around, to see what happens. It's going to still be that Fiora though. They're still worried about that Fiora. It's something that they banned in game number 1 as well.
I think after watching Queenie on the Nidalee, or even Vapo into top side of the map here, like either of those players onto something like the Fiora, we saw obviously those huge catches in the last game for the Gnar as well, played very well. Obviously that was on Lilo. But the Ambassador as well obviously played very well for the side of Vapo also, but it's going to be the Nautilus ban once again. Obviously, this got banned out on the 2nd phase in game number 1, but now game number 2, it manages to come up to that first part, but it's going to be the Akali once again for Vapo. They don't want the AP carry to come through for Faker Apo this time.
Nautilus, Akali, Aurora. So these are pretty much the same bands, if I'm not mistaken, as game number 1 so far. Obviously, the sides have been swapped, but the bands have still stuck the same way. But now Mango have that first pick priority. I wonder if they prioritize I wonder if they prioritize maybe a carry jungler themselves, or potentially the Lucian if it's left open. But I'll be very surprised if Lucian is left open.
It'd be the first time of the day as well, right? It is. They're not going to give over the Poppy. They potentially give over the Lucian here as well. So does Mango take the bait here? I mean, Deadly had a good game so far onto the Xayah. Obviously, it was just because Queenie had such a dominant game number 1 there, but they do get the Lucian. So first time of the day, we get Lucian come through, baby.
Yeah, we get the Lucian at last. And I think Mango really need a power pick like Lucian to try and run away with this game and to try and get ahead, because Vapo, I think, showed their aggression in the early game in the first game of this series. And I think it's really down to what Lucian can do in the early game, and the power that Lucian has, I think, could be very, very important. But they do pick the Rise for themselves and the Vi for Queenie. So they're a bit of a different champion than the Nidalee. Can still obviously do a lot of damage with Vi, but I think the lockdown is great. But wow, power pick straight away. Lucian into Rumble is insane. First 2 picks here for Mango. They can round it out here with maybe a Jarvan. I would love to see a Jarvan against the Rise. No, it's going to be the Galio. Interesting. I would have liked to seen Jarvan potentially for UI, because you've already seen the Rise pick, and you know that Rise obviously doesn't have a lot of mobility, so you can try and like lock down the Jarvan, but instead it's going to be the Galio, and it's going to be responded by Rakan.
Nicely done. I mean, last time obviously we saw Galio go up against Rakan. It was the Galio that took the favor of this matchup here. But I mean, it was obviously thrown off by the fact that we had a Malphite into the composition as well, which definitely kind of turned the tide here. Looking to ban out the Nocturne onto the side of Vapo, really trying to get rid of any of those potential jungle carries here. I mean, we still have the likes of the Lee Sin potentially that's been quite favorable into the early parts of these best of 5s. But over to the side of Mango, they're looking to try and ban out some ADCs here, potentially solo laners as well. Obviously, the Severe being banned out as well. Definitely a good synergy for obviously having the quickness as well, and also for any kind of escapability for the Rise.
Yeah, exactly that. Again, I'm not really too sure. I mean, Jarvan is still left open here. Like, I still feel like Jarvan is a great pick, but you kind of banned out the mobile AD carry in the Severe. We saw in game number 1 the Baguettes were against the Severe and the Rise, and they picked the Jarvan into it, which was a good pick if Final Wax just didn't flag and drag into 5 people and completely int in that game, but we won't talk about that. So when you're against these mobile AD carries, and Jarvan can be such a huge pick. I mean, you can lock down the Rakan, might have a little bit more mobility. Even the Vi as well, you can stop her first ability and lock her down as well. Volibear going to come on through, though. We saw it from Carlos in the first series of the day. Just has so much tankiness and so much sustain.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can imagine that maybe Vapo here might be not using the ultimate defensively here, right? Obviously, we saw a very aggressive gameplay from game number 1 with the Umbessa, but now obviously we could potentially get that onto the Volibear as well. Obviously, gives over a little bit of more AP damage as well, potentially here from this pick. But it looks like they're going to go for the tried and tested, the Camille and Galio combo here onto the side of Mango. Obviously, tried and tested, Hextech Ultimatum into the Hero's entrance as well. Pretty huge AoE gameplay here for the side of Mango.
Yeah, exactly that. And then you have the Rumble on top of that as well, right? You have the Equalizer. So you have the Hextech Ultimatum, you have the Galio jumping in, and then you have the Equalizer on top of that as well. I think it's going to be very scary for, you know, a Rise. If Rise gets a Hextech Ultimatum this game, even something like a Volibear as well, like anyone that gets caught in this Camille Ultimate, pretty much is just going to die straight away, because this Rumble Ultimate's going to do so much work. The Galio on top of that as well. I'm really looking for like a mobile AD carry here, but I'm kind of struggling with no Ezreal anymore, no dash from the Lucian. Draven seems very, very risky. I mean, this is not a pick that
Zeri,
I would go for. Okay,
Zeri
is not that bad. Okay, Zeri has a little bit of mobility. You have a few dashes, but again, even with the dashes, it's still going to be quite difficult, because the Camille is going to still lock you down. You can't dash out the Camille ultimate. You can't dash out of that. And when you get caught in that, you can't, you know, do anything at all. So it's going to be interesting. I think Mango have definitely a lot more easier to execute composition with the likes of Camille, the Galio, and the Rumble. Their ultimates just stacking on top of each other can be so strong. And then off that as well, of course, Vapo does also have a lot of lockdown, but against Lucian might be quite difficult.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, are we looking at Camille into the jungle here? Obviously, we've known Darius to sometimes be phase rush jungle. I mean, that seems to be maybe not probably the meta anymore, but
true,
top side of the map.
I didn't even think of that.
Looks
like it might be Camille jungle, Darius solo lane. Yeah, I think it's Camille jungle. Right, wow, I completely blew over my mind, to be fair. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, Camille jungle, interesting. I haven't seen it for a long time. I don't think I've seen Camille jungle for quite some time. So we've seen Camille jungle, we've seen Camille support. I don't think we've seen a Camille solo lane in any of these 2 weekends, which is like her main role doesn't get picked, and she gets picked everywhere but one of the solo lanes, which is quite funny to me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see what happens here. Obviously, between Mango, obviously not having a decisive game number one. Obviously, it was very scary for them, especially going up against Queenie's Nidalee here. But obviously, it's going to be shifting the tides of who's the carry, right? Obviously, Hank here is more likely going to be where all that resource is going to be funneled into. They're going to look to try and get towards sort of like a late game potential here with the scaling of Rise for Hank. So let's wait and see, right? Obviously, yes, Camille into the jungle. It's going to be a Rumble into the mid lane here as well.
Yeah, so Rumble against Rise and then Darius against Volibear. So Darius might be able to get quite a few of the stacks early on against the Volibear, but also might struggle a little bit because even though Darius can stack up his passive, Volibear also has a lot of healing and shielding to be able to stop a lot of that bleed damage that comes on through from Darius. So that'd be definitely a very interesting matchup. I'm very excited to watch a Lucian though. This is the first time we have seen a Lucian today. And actually, did we see a Lucian last weekend? In battles? I don't even remember. Maybe we did.
Yes, it was
just
paired up with a Braum.
It just gets, oh yeah. It just gets banned so often that I just forget about what games we even get to see Lucian right now because just how strong the champion is overall. So we'll have to see how that one works as Laka is going to be going up against this Volibear. Interesting enough, Volibear has teleport and the Darius has barrier, so more combat power for this Darius.
Ooh.
But it's going to be, oh, he tried to predict the flash. I think he tried to predict the flash.
Yeah, very overzealous, very evil. You know what? I've got this one, guys. Like, don't worry about it. Susan knows, like, I've played this matchup 10,000 times. He's going to flash, right? Right? And doesn't flash.
Yeah, I don't mind that, to be fair. I don't mind predicting the flash there. I mean, you could be safe and try and knock up as well. But I think even with the knock up from Rakan, I'm not too sure if they actually would have been able to kill him. But if you use the flash and if he uses the flash and you also knock him up, then it can be, a great win overall. But in the end, he doesn't, Darius, actually, Darius saved his flash, but then we just seen him use it. He just used it a few seconds ago. So
yeah, he did.
He just saved it and didn't flash the Rakan knockup, but he flashed something else instead. So unless there was a regank that we missed, or maybe a Volibear was able to do something, not really too sure.
Maybe the stun came through, flash through, and then obviously it just left that point of call. But like you said, he could have left with a flash and just maybe recalled there, but could be a bit of a potential of the turrets on the plating of the turrets as well, right? Because obviously that's going to give over a bit of gold lead here for
Diamond top lane.
Okay, yes, there it is. Going to be the ball breaker over the wall. First blood comes through onto the side of Vapo, but Queenie is obviously hitting that ignite. Gets taken down by UI as well onto the Camille. This is the beauty of that pick, right? And that back really denying that exit out of these team fights. And Hank taking a little bit too much damage for my liking here.
Yeah, needs to be a bit careful against this Lucian. If he gets caught out in the river, he's going to take a lot of damage. Quant tried to dash and predict the Vi was in the bush, but the Vi was already 2 steps ahead of Camille and Galio in the end. So yeah, unfortunately for Darius, it was not the tower dive that he was definitely looking for, as he gets put pretty far behind in this lane. 500 gold down now against this Volibear, and Darius really needs an early lead in this lane to try and stop this Volibear, because if Volibear starts to get a lot of tankiness coming along, you can see him now, he's just trying to get a tower plate, trying to get some extra gold back. But once Volibear gets tanky, then this Darius really struggles to try and break through that.
Exactly. Darius needs to be that kind of like lane bully in the early part of the game. Just obviously just constantly driving the his enemy in his lane farther back into the T1, so they can't really get the necessary gold that they need to try and get this lead. But we're seeing here that Vapo's top side of the map here, they're able to get obviously. I have to give props over to Lakatown, right? Like, he's able to actually gain back some sense of a neutralizing the gold lead here. He's only behind by around about 300 gold, say. But really here, I mean, we're not really seeing any kind of pop-off here or potential for the Zeri just yet. Like I said moments ago, Hank took a lot of damage, way more than that I would like for him to take here, especially when you are very reliant on positioning here on this Zeri.
Nothing else has happened though, except for that top lane trade. Both teams pretty equal at the moment. Both teams trying to look for ways in which they can try and get small advantages, I guess, at the moment, as both teams not really taking any risks. This is definitely a lot more of a safer start from Vapo. We saw a very aggressive game one from them, but maybe realizing that their jungler isn't as aggressive, as doesn't do as much damage early on. But the Vi does have Trinity Force completed already. That is a lot earlier than everyone else on the map so far. As the Vi looking for a dive onto the bot side as well. That might just be enough lockdown there. Actually, the stun doesn't come through from the Rise, but does get the kill in the end. Both of them have to use the flash, but the Rumble does get taken down. I thought the Rise was going to be able to stun the Rumble, and then they just guarantee the kill. But I think a bit of a misplay from the Rise means that they both had to use flash, but a kill is a kill. Vapo in his bot sides.
Exactly. Ultimately, they got the kill towards the end. I mean, was it as clean as they probably hoped it to be? Probably not, but they've got the minions crashing through into that bot side of the map, looking to just kind of do a lot of damage onto the bot side here. A good setup for when these neutral objectives come in around about 10 seconds time. Vapo, obviously, last time they focused the Drake and then went to the Enchanted Ensemble, but I don't think it's going to be the same time this time around. Obviously, Queenie not having as dominant of an early game, and UI actually being a very good counterpart in this one, right? He's definitely contested Queenie in this game number 2.
They're going to look onto the dive, onto the Rakan. There is the combo, the Galio and the Camille combo. But actually, Galio's ultimate was a little bit too late there. And the Rakan was able to flash away. No one's died yet. Even the dunk comes through from the Darius.
Low, man.
But there's just not enough damage. Oh, Darius hooks the Zeri and has to flash away. But no one dies in that exchange. As I said, the Galio ultimate a little bit too late. The Camille ultimate, the Hextech ultimatum was great, but the Galio ultimate afterwards was just a little bit too slow, and it meant that Rakan was able to escape on 1 HP.
Yeah, a lot of low health bars on both teams respectively as well, right? Like, it wasn't just like the fact that Vapo did a lot of damage, was able to get out of there, but can they contest this one? They get for the Enchanted Ensemble, so they're going for the repeat of game number 1. They get the Drake, they get the Enchanted Ensemble.
They just got on the ensemble without any jungler there. Queenie was taking the dragon all by himself, and the rest of the team is like, yeah, I'll be fine. We'll just take this Herald. There's no problem about that at all. But wow, what a crazy turn of events as well. Vapo again taking both objectives away is pretty incredible to see for 2 games in a row. It's very rare that you get a scenario in a game state where 2 games in a row in a series that a team is able to take both objectives both times.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good. Obviously, Mango, if they gave up that, obviously we did see the kill down to the bot side of the map. Lilo just died there. It was a UI getting that one, but I mean, it's going to be the behest of this T1 into the mid lane as well, which could be a huge power play for the side of Vapo. They gain it as well. It's going to be the ball breaker into the back line, putting pressure on to Deadly. Having to force Queenie out there as well, using the flash, because a lot of damage from that Lucian, as well as obviously backup from the Camille, as well as that Galio coming through now as well.
Yeah, Deadly had to force out the cleanse there to stop the Vi knockout, which again was very good use of the cleanse overall. Darius playing super aggressive though. Town is in a whole heap of trouble. The rest of the team is here to help him. The dunk comes on through from the volley bear. He's trying to do so much damage onto Deadly. He is able to take down Deadly, but it's a double kill for the Vi in the end. But the volley bear is still auto-attacking away. Will the volley bear take a triple kill? He's alive on 1 HP and a killing spree from the Camille. He might even try and get more here as well. Hextech Ultimatum comes back up, and it's actually going to be a rampage for the Camille. 4-0-2 on Camille jungle, and today just seems to be the day that Camille is able to carry on every role but her main role.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like, hey, just take her away from the solo lane. It's absolutely fine. She'll perform elsewhere, whether it be support, whether it be jungle. Don't worry, I got your back. But honestly, very well played there by the side of Mango. Definitely the play that they needed to get themselves back into this one, right? Obviously, they were behind by a few K gold, but now they're splintering ahead ever so slightly here with around about 300 gold right now. I feel like it's at the job of Vapo after having such a good position into the jungle, both neutral objectives, to take down to the T1 into the mid lane. They need to keep this pressure up, or Mango could be coming for a turnaround here. Bot side of the map, we're getting that 2v1 engaged onto Faker Apo.
Yeah, Camille's just going to use the portal out of base just to make sure that the The dive doesn't come on through onto the bot lane. You're seeing here that maybe they're going to try and dive in onto the Camille. Might be a little bit difficult. Actually, really nice engage here from the Rakan. Forces out the stasis as well to stay alive. He actually stopped the knock up there, the ultimate from the Galio. Of course, the magic shield still comes on down, but I quite like the play from the Rakan, trying to sit in a bush and wait for a mistake for Mango in the end. They weren't able to find it. Now they just might get counter engaged.
Oh, beautiful there by Vapo's top side, right? Like he was waiting for the X-Tech ultimatum to come through. The ultimate from the Volley Bear was going to be the answer here for them. Quan gets taken down as well, thanks to Lilo. Now they've got, yes, they've got Viper, they've got Deadly, sorry, on the run here, as well as Faker Apo. They both use the flash, retreat to the T2. This look like the same kind of story we had in game number 1. Is the fact they got that push down to the bot side. Obviously, yes, Town is able to replicate that to the top side of the map as well, but definitely looking like Vapo with the overall greater trade there.
Yeah, good trade overall into the bot side. It was originally the Rakan trying to camp in a bush and trying to catch out the Camille, and it was a counter engage by the Camille. But I think what worked really well there was the Volley Bear using his ultimate defensively to try and stop the engage from coming on through, because that whole ultimate and Volley Bear was basically just the tank for his team. He jumped straight on in. Oh, it looks like they're going to get caught in the mid lane though. Rakan gets that triple knock up. No way, he escapes on 1 HP, right? Oh my, he lived. Oh, Rumble ulti. No, he escapes on 1 HP. That is crazy. Rumble ulti and Camille ulti. Oh, Lackertown. He dunks him in from behind.
He comes in with a slam dunk from behind from that brush, but can they get some more here onto the side of Mango? This could be the big turnaround for them. Queenie taking too much damage as well. Obviously, there's not enough damage coming through here for Hank. Hank is having to try and just rinse through Quants, because Quants, with this taunt, has been so impressive. And there he is. Zeri's on the roll. There's low health bars. Oh, but Rumble onto the back line gets a takedown. That's going to be the ace for Mango.
Oh, Zeri was so nearly cooking there. It was so close. I thought Zeri was going to be able to dash forward and do so much work there. But unfortunately, dash maybe a little bit too far. Didn't have the damage in the end. Now, Rakan is here. The ultimate's actually going to come on through from the Camille to secure the Baron buff away. And he's just going to use a blast cone to escape as well. Mango with a really decisive play there. Even after they used all their ultimates in the mid lane, Town with just the flank in the end on the bottom side of the map, being able to get that reset and get the dunk down onto the Rakan was incredible, and it was so close there. I thought the Zeri was going to be able to kill them all, but unfortunately in the end it just was enough damage.
Yeah, I don't think she has like enough itemization, right? Obviously she has the Bloodthirst as well as the Essence Reaver here, but I mean it looks like she's going to go for a little bit of anti-heal as well. I feel like that is needed onto the side of Vapo right now, because they are looking very sustainable onto the side of Mango, and definitely what they have going for them is that sustainability. Like their front line is very solid. I feel like the decisive action from Town to actually push that top side of the maps really applied pressure onto Vapo here.
The big difference is though the, you know, when we saw in the first series, Blam, we saw a lot about how Baguettes were able to use the Baron buff to great effectiveness, like pushing multiple lanes, taking the inner towers. Mango haven't really taken that many towers to start things off now. They are going to push through that mid lane tower now. But now they're going to break this mid lane tower, and they do break the bot lane tower in the end. So you know what? My point that I was about to mention is just invalid. You know, Mango still get a really, really nice trade here with the Baron buff. And you're really seeing like I said, the first Baron buff doesn't normally end games, but you get so much objective and so much gold from it in total that it can really extend that gold lead. And that's exactly what's happened here for Mango.
Extended the gold lead, turned around the game here for Mango as well. I mean, they've definitely put the pressure onto Vapo. I mean, they are literally at inhibitor territory right now. It looks like Queenie's going to go and try and make a beeline here for the Infernal Drake. Maybe try and kind of like stave off this loss here potentially for them, to try and get obviously Lilo on the rise, just a little bit more scaled up in terms of damage capability here. But I feel like, once again, I keep harking on this point, but Town, with that push into the top side of the map, you can kind of see here that Faker Apo's constantly putting that pressure on. It forces away one of the members of Vapo to constantly try and stop this minion wave being crashing through here.
We're in a bit of a stalemate here, Blam. About 5,000. Oh, there looks like there's the trade, and Vi might get a bit of caught out here. There's a TP as well. My God, they used a lot for that catch in the bot side, but they catch out Queenie off guard, and that's going to be a really big advantage again for Mango. They've done so well, and this is what I was talking about in draft as well, about how easy their comp is to execute.
Yeah.
Like, they have the Camille ultimate, they can follow up with the Galio, and they have the Rumble ultimate on top of that as well. Just Mango have drafted such an easy composition this time around that's made it very easy for themselves. They're gonna have to use a Rise ultimate defensively though, Vapo, and you're seeing here in this game that they're using their comp to perfection.
Very well. I mean, yes, obviously, Vi died to the bot side of the map there, but it did open up the fact that Hank was able to get that T1 top side of the map, right? So maybe it was a bit of a... I mean, yes, it was over-aggressive. Obviously, they forced out the TP. They forced out quite a few of the ultimates there on the side of Mango, but they were able to trade that T1 top side of the map for the death of Queenie, which ultimately is going to just alleviate a bit of pressure now. Obviously, they're not going to have as much kind of like safety net to the top side of the map here, Mango. And now that we have, obviously, these neutral objectives come through, it's going to give them a bit more of a leeway in the regards to these.
Vi's back out on the map though. Mango weren't able to take much there, and they're going to be diving in straight away onto the backline. Camille actually used the Hextech ultimatum, but the stasis actually blocked the Hextech ultimatum from taking them down. But Galio with a huge storm, but it came traded back with the Rakan lockup. The Galio Torm was insane onto 3 members, but the trade back off with the Rakan was absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Rumble was in a fight with a Vi on the bot side. Vi survives on 1 HP, but that is a 2-for-0 trade now for Vapo. The original engage was from Camille, was great, but he used Hextech ultimatum, but the ability didn't finish, and he stays this way too early. Now Lakatown gets caught out as well, and this might be it for Mango in this second game, as they're going to get more members, 2 more members down now, but they are trying to delay this Baron from being taken.
Status, nicely done here. We obviously get Zeus and OH coming in, trying to get the knock-up onto the Camille, but ultimately the inhibitor top side of the map here is going to be under a lot of pressure here for the side
of steal it?
Mango. He's going to try and look to go in here. He goes in. He gets the steal. The second Baron steal of the day. He gets the lead. But now the next members have to come up. Deadly, as well as Quain, have to do something with this Baron.
Oh my God, he steals it again. He misplays the team fight by using the status before the Hextech ultimatum finishes, but he gets the Baron steal. Wow, what an incredible job from UI to get that Baron steal in the end. That was really clutch. I mean, how they allowed the Camille to get in that Baron pit with such little HP is just absolutely beyond me for Vapo. I think they had so many tools to try and stop the Camille from getting into the Baron pit. They unfortunately didn't use them tools very well, and now they're able to get the Baron, the second Baron buff now for Mango, and they can try and maybe break some of the inhibitor towers. Meanwhile, whilst that whole fight was happening, the top lane inhibitor actually got taken. Now they're going to try and take the mid lane and that bot lane inhibitor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the problem, right? Obviously, yes, they traded. They were looking to get some kills onto the side of Vapo, but the fact that they traded and stole the Baron, they got the inhibitor top side of the map here for the side of Mango as well, just means that this push onto this base is going to be a hard one. Hextech ultimatum into the back line here. Obviously, you can see that Hank's doing a lot of damage. Also, Lucian getting drove away. Okay, maybe. Yes, they're losing the fight here at the Crystal, at the Nexus, but they get the inhibitor here into the mid lane, top side of the map as well. I mean, the saving grace here, I feel like, for Vapo has to be that Elder Drake, right?
I mean, they're going to have to go towards this Elder Drake now. Camille is dead for 35 seconds. They could really try and push out these lanes as quick as possible and go towards that Elder Drake. You can see Volibear is pushing in this top side because he has that teleport. He can just teleport into the bot side of the map. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try and maybe catch out someone off guard here. No, they're not going to be able to get anyone. But now it's all down to the Baron. There comes the teleport from the Volibear. He's pushed out the top lane, and there's no way they can steal it now, right? They have no jungler this time around. It's going to have to cause a miracle to steal this away. The Colin gets blocked, and the Elder Drake is secured by Vapo. This game plan has been back and forth and back
Yeah.
and forth. You feel like Mango's gonna win, then somehow Vapo win a team fight. Mango get a clutch Baron steal, then Vapo win another team fight, and now they have the Elder Drake. And surely now they can try and force the next team fight to win this one.
I mean, with everybody with the Elder Drake buff here, it's got to go into the favor of Vapo, right? Like, the only way that Mango try and take this is if they stave off this Elder Dragon for a minute and 28 seconds and just try and put that pressure on top side of the map. As you can see, obviously, they have the enhanced minions top and mid lane, which is obviously going to be a harder push here for the side of Vapo to defend. And it's going to take up a lot of their time whilst they have this buff. But at the same time, once they get to that kind of team fight territory, it could spell disaster for Mango.
Now they're going to look for a catch in the jungle. Look at them. Look how aggressive they're playing. They're trying to trap the members, but no, they're not going to be able to trap anyone at the moment. They actually pinged in the bot side at the moment. It looks like they might actually just try and end the game here. They might try and just trade Baron to try and end the game. This could be a very risky play here for Mango, but they see the vision. They see the opportunity to try and get that mid lane inhibitor. And yeah, now they've realized that all the members are going to try and go towards this mid lane inhibitor. That bot lane inhibitor, sorry, is probably going to go down. Or is it? The Rakan ultimate comes on through. The Rise ultimate's behind them. And Mango looks like they've overextended. They tried to go for the play. They tried to get the trade of the inhibitor tower in the bot lane, but in the end, I like the idea from Mango, but they were just a little bit too slow, unfortunately.
Top side. Oh, the minion wave catches that one so far at the Nexus for now. But now, obviously, it is going to be down to Vapo here to get that Baron and look to potentially, obviously, trying to finish game. Because, I mean, are they going to have another one of these saving grace plays? I don't think that's going to be a case here for Vapo if they don't finish the game with this next Baron.
No Baron, no jungler up. UI unfortunately died in that trade in the bot side, but you could see the idea of Mango there. They're like, okay, if Vapo just tunnel vision towards this Baron, then we can just try and end the game with this bot lane wave and just everyone pushes into the bot lane. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get even the bot lane inhibitor in the end, and the Volibear ultimate was able to defend that and defend the dive as well. So in the end, Vapo, how do they get away with this? They've been making mistakes. They got Baron stolen off of them. They got team fight whites and everything as well. It was just absolutely insane how they've been able to still come up on top here.
Oh, absolutely. They're definitely playing their heart's content here, especially with Mango having such a solid draft as well. Obviously, the lack of risk with the execution, like you're saying in the draft here, was always going to be the advantage of Mango in this game number 2. But Vapo have just constantly always played to their strengths here, using that TP down to the bot side of the map. Look at the force stats. Inhibitor as well. Oh my goodness. Darius gets deleted. Laka Town goes to Loon Town as they get this inhibitor as well. They need to put more pressure onto the base whilst they have this Baron Nashor.
Yeah, there's no mid lane wave though. You can see that the mid lane wave is actually being pushed in here for Mango, so they can't actually get this mid lane inhibitor at the moment. They're going to go for the top lane one instead. They take that one down, but look at the minion wave for Mango in mid lane. That's still pushing up really, really far. They might try and go for the end instead.
Yeah, might try and go for the end here, try and spell a bit of a disaster. It's already a 4v5 fight right now. Status into the back line is going to be the Rakan. It's a takedown of UI as well onto the Camille. They're able to stave off that minion wave for now, but now the minion wave into the mid lane is crashing through.
25 seconds left until this Elder Dragon, and now it's 2 inhibitors to 1. We're pretty much back to where we were before. This is a 25-minute banger here, Blam, in game number 2 to see how crazy this game is. And now it's down to Vapo to see if they can close it out, because they're the ones now that have the inhibitor advantage. There's only 1 inhibitor down that Mango have taken down. Vapo have taken 2 inhibitors down. They're trying to get a bit of vision around this Elder Drake, and it all comes down to this final fight.
Exactly. This Elder is going to be the difference maker here. Obviously, they don't have a UI into this fight as well, so that's going to be hard. They don't have a smite, but it's going to be the force of Vapo's top side. The Volibear into the map as well, into the back line of the side of Mango. This is going to be them tearing apart the right fruit. That is Mango in game number 2, and Quant is on the run. They don't even need the Elder. They just need to defend this minion wave into mid and push through into the base.
That's going to do it. Vapo is going to close out this game. They don't actually need... Wait a second. There's no way Camille can end, right? There's no... Okay, no. They teleport back to base. Okay.
Imagine.
I saw the Camille there try and go for the end, and I was like, there's no way, right? There's no way. No, there is no way. And Vapo go up 2-0 in this series. And it was a close one. 25-minute game in the end. I think it's just absolutely crazy to see Vapo come out on top in the end. Very good performance from them. Like I said, it really only took like a few miracle steals from Mango in the end, right? Like the Baron steal in the end. They got a nice gold lead from that first Baron in the game, but then they just kept on losing team fight after team fight. I think they really tried to go for the backdoor in that bot lane, but in the end, it wasn't enough. And Vapo take the 2-0 in this as well. After they took the Elder Drake, I think it was very difficult for Mango to try and win it. They tried to go for the backdoor, but like you said, Blam was enough.
It wasn't enough. And I mean, to be honest, you have to give props over to Lilo on this rise, right? Obviously, you saw that back, the bot side of the map, that push to the Nexus there, and obviously the rise ult from behind. Like, that was ballsy, man. Like, they were like, you know what? Let's teleport from behind them. We got a 2 or 1 member at the front, and then we'll just surprise them from behind. It's completely obliterate Mango. It's those kind of decisions here that Vapo always have within Wild Rift that kind of make them really... a force to be reckoned with, because they don't expect the enemy team don't expect them to make such ballsy plays, and they are like, you know what? Hey, if it works, it's going to pay off very well, and it did here for Vapo.
Well, that's one way to end a game, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
that is. We're back in action.
Boom.
Ready
Boom.
to go. Boom.
Scared
we're
you.
back. You tried. Yeah. A good game in the end from as we were saying from Vapo, and now it's Mango, the ones that are on the back foot now, trying to be the ones to try and come back in this series. But Vapo have just looked very strong overall. They've looked very solid. I think game number 1, they were super aggressive this time around. They played a little bit more passive, but they played the team fights very, very well. Like I said, for me, Mango had a really good, composition. I think I really liked their game plan of just the classic Camille Galio combo. But when you get the, you're able to, get picks in the end. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Lucian didn't feel like it did really too much. But now the Lucian is completely out of the pool. I mean, normally Lucian, you want to play super aggressive during the early game and make full use of like his passive and his damage early on. But yeah, it felt kind of useless really in the end.
I mean, I think that's a bit of the tale here for the side of Mango, right? I mean, they've been able to get like two big picks that were banned out for the entire of the last series, and not actually be able to get a single win with them. One being the Aatrox, one being the Lucian. I mean, game number 3, did they get the Aurora? Did they fail with that one? Like, is that going to be the point of concession here between these two teams? Because Aurora has been banned pretty much every game today so far. Same with the Lucian and Aatrox, but both of those have come through as well. But the fact is, you not only lose with the Lucian, you lose with Rumble, Galio, and Camille. The only like inexpensive champion in that whole draft was probably Darius, which is scary if you Mango. Like, you've picked like 4 very like prize pony picks here, and yes, you were very close. You were literally within nail biting distance to get that win, and you didn't actually get that through. Whereas if you look at obviously to the side of Vapo, I mean, yes, Vi's been contested, Rakan still quite a big pick, as well as the Volibear, but Rise, Zeri, obviously they are 2 picks that can be changed around and can be won games without. So I feel like Vapo are just kind of executing the drafts very well, and they're putting their carries on their like primary picks. Obviously, game number 1 was Queenie on the Nidalee, Rise for Lilo this time around, as well as Zeri for Hank as well. Definitely kind of the change of focus for Vapo, whereas Mango seem to be having a bit of an identity crisis. They don't know who is the carry in either of the games.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the big thing is like, yeah, you know, they recognize Queenie as the carry in game number 1. Then game number 2, he plays something like the Vi. Of course, he focuses more on like the Rise being able to carry and the other champions as well. So interesting to see what the direction is for this this next game. Like I said, we saw Queenie dominate on the Nidalee and then play a more utility style with the Vi. Will it be something like the Jarvan? Will we see the Viego? You know, the Viego we've not seen at all throughout the day, which I think is very surprising to see. I think Viego can be another one of them very strong carry junglers that you can pick up, but it hasn't really done. It hasn't really, you know, been able to fit in anyone's composition so far. So here we go. Game number 3, a draft here. Vapo will stay on the blue side, it seems like, and Mango will be on the red side. So Mango deciding to go on the red side this time around. So yeah, definitely very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Mango, you don't need to ban out the Lucian, bro. You had that last game. Yeah, Mango onto the blue side last game, even though they couldn't win. They upset the 100% win rate onto the blue side, so it's not looking too good for Mango. And in the words of Costello, it's not looking good, Brev.
So Mango decided to go on the red side for this game, which is quite interesting. And Vapo go on the blue side. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe that Lucian is someone else. But Akali ban, Aurora ban, Nautilus ban. It kind of expected. You know, all of these bans are basically the same. Akali, Aurora, Poppy, Nautilus. So they're all pretty good.
Yes, the Poppy ban.
There you go. Players agreed to replace Lucian ban to Fiora over tournament chat. There you go. So it's Fiora instead of the Lucian. Maybe they just didn't have enough time to find the Lucian in the end, or enough time to find a Fiora, I should say. So yeah, Fiora ban again. Mango have been banning it this entire time. Same bans again. Blam. I think 3 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken. These are all the same bans with Nautilus, Gwen, Fiora, Akali, Aurora, and Poppy. So again, we're just gonna have to go down the tier list and see what picks come on through here. I'm expecting maybe to see a Mordekaiser come on out as more of the AP options get thinned out here. Sivir first pick could be quite interesting. I think you're a bit worried though, because if you go for Sivir first pick, then you're kind of walking into like a Jarvan or something. There you go, production updated to Fiora for us, so that helps us out a little bit. Very interesting to see what the Sivir first pick is, to see if this is going to be. I don't know about prioritizing your AD carry this early on, especially with a champion like Sivir, because it doesn't really seem that powerful. Whereas on the other hand, you got a Shyvana and potentially a Rel locked in. Like, these are really two really strong picks compared to an AD carry like Sivir, and yeah, that's going to be the play in the end.
Yeah, I mean the dive potential of the Shyvana and the Rel is pretty scary. I mean, yes, Sevilla does have the ultimates, obviously increased movement speed here, but I feel like you're gonna have to kind of like thicken out this draft with either some kind of carry into the mid lane as well, because obviously, yes, you have the ricochets from the Sevilla here, you have the front line from Braum as well. You're definitely going to want something that's going to deny the access onto the back line here. So Vapo going for the Braum, looking to try and get those stacks of the passive to get the slow as well. But it looks like we may potentially get in a okay, nice. We're getting the Liliana here.
Yeah, Lilia's going to be quite interesting. I mean, you get so much movement speed actually from the Lilia and also the Severe ultimate potentially as well. These could be two really, really big ultimates to help you out with movement speed. Is Daddy going to lock in the Draven here? Nope. Maybe Misfortune. No, it's going to go back to the Misfortune. Yeah, so it seems like AD carries are kind of going back to Misfortune, especially during the Fearless draft as well. And when we go into like game 3, game 4, then there's not really too many other AD carries left open. Then you're kind of pinched to go do something like a Misfortune. It's not too bad though, because the Braum doesn't really have a way of engaging onto Misfortune. The Lilia as well also doesn't really have too much of a way to get to Misfortune unless you use like a flash or something. So it's not the same engage that we saw from last series that Misfortune had to deal with. But it's really about how Vapo round out this composition. I want to see a lot of dive solo laners. I want to see champions that can really get onto this Misfortune and kind of reduce that space. I love them. I love the Malphite ban. We saw how strong the Malphite was in the previous series, and that gets manned away.
Yeah, obviously banning at the mid lanes here for the side of Mango is going to be the point of call here for Vapo. Then respectively, obviously, top sides, solo lanes, the Cyan, as well as the Malphite. But I mean, they still have the likes of the Renekton here that they could really go for, which is obviously going to be able to kind of like try and dive in onto the likes of the Misfortune.
Wukong.
Obviously, the Wukong pick probably makes that a little bit harder, especially with the Cyclones, obviously denying it. But it looks like the Renekton may still come out here for Vapo. I mean, it's going to be another front line that they have access onto with CC onto the Misfortune. So there it is the Renekton. And obviously we saw Garen actually get banned out like last series. So would it be a wild imagination here for the Garen to actually come through as well?
Not too sure if I like it though, to be fair. Like, it's not really the dive that I was expecting. I mean, I really like the Scion and the Malphite ban. I think both of them champions would have been very difficult for Misfortune to deal with. So yeah, it's going to be Garen and Renekton. Yeah, I kind of struggle to find a way that Vapo really gets onto this Misfortune unless they have to use their flashes or a way to try and get onto it. Of course, the Misfortune ultimate can be blocked by the Braum shield, which is a little bit annoying and can be a bit of a nuisance. But other than that, I feel like Misfortune should be pretty fine against this team composition. There's not too much dive that the Misfortune has to deal with, and most of the time her movement speed will be able to be enough, as the Aurelian Soul is being hovered and gets locked in as well. So we're really going late game this time for Mango. We have Shyvana scaling with her passive. We have Aurelian Soul scaling with the passive as well. So both these two champions, the Aurelian Soul and the Shyvana, if they can get the stacks as quick as possible, then it's going to be really, really scary for Vapo to try and deal with in the late game.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that kind of like failed them in the last game, is the fact that this like the late game potential kind of fell off, whereas obviously Vapo were playing for the late game here, whereas Vapo this time around, obviously there's a lot of team fight potential. Obviously, ways in onto the Misfortune are going to be very limited here. Obviously, the short dash from the Renekton, obviously CC from Cold and Meek as well, is a potential lockdown here for them, but then she can always just flash away. So
I think sometimes she has enough movement speed as well to kind of you can kind of predict when Renekton's going to dash onto you, unless like Renekton looks for a flank. But I think most of the time Renekton's engage is pretty predictable. I think that's kind of the difference between, like, I don't know, Renekton to something like a Camille. Like a Camille, for example, can just dive on in, Hextech ultimatum, there's no way of Misfortune escaping. Whereas Renekton, you can kind of predict when he's looking for an engage unless he flashes on top of you. But yeah, I think there's ways in which Misfortune can use her movement speed to her advantage to move around and to be safe. Be on the safe side.
The still potential as well from Mango is pretty crazy, especially with Shyvana just being able to kind of like just leap in with the Dragon Form, try and get the smite out as well. Obviously, second skill, AoE kind of damage as well, is going to be everything that they can pretty much throw at the kitchen sink here. Mango looking to try to go for a draft that's a little bit more solid here, I would say. Obviously, they had a great easily executed draft in the last game, but Vapo's kind of like outplay potential was just a little bit too much for them here. But this time around, using the severe, maybe trying to use that movement speed increase for both. I'm assuming it's going to be Lilo on the Renekton and then Vapo on the Garen here, just to kind of like try and maybe close the gap here onto the Misfortune. Maybe that's the case for them here, but late game wise, if they don't finish it up early, then ASOL, obviously the passive stack scaling, like you said, is going to be a problem here for them.
Then we go into game. Hopefully 3, 2, 1, and wow, that was crazy timing. No, I didn't even know that. I'm honestly, I did not plan that with production one bit, and I just went 3, 2, 1, and it was perfect. Well, there you go, Bam. I am the chosen one.
Nostradamus over here. Nostradamus is like, you know what? I saw this happening 10 times. I'm going to call it out and just look so good at doing it. So, but speaking of looking good, it's Vapo right now within the series. They're 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. Vapo going to be going to try and close out this series. Could be a clean sweep 3-0 as they're looking to jump on the Misfortune already. We talked about the dive with the Call of the Week, and oh, Queenie flashes over, and that is not the start that Mango were looking for. Already giving up first blood, and this Misfortune gets put really far behind early on, and well, what are you supposed to do as a Misfortune when a Brom runs on top of you? You get flashed on Cold the Week by Renekton, and then Lily also flashed on top of you. Well,
there's a lot of flashing, and in public, that would be pretty indecent here for the side of Vapo, but it's going to get them the victories that they need over Mango by taking down that Misfortune here, and definitely kind of like blundering that GPM for herself right now. Obviously, you can see that Hank is currently around about 800, 700 gold ahead of her. So definitely a lead that you want to kind of try and blunder here to the side of Vapo.
Oh, that is not a good start for the Misfortune. Already going to be 600 gold behind now, and the Severe is just going to have an absolute field day in this mid lane, and you can just keep wave clearing over and over again with the Severe in the mid lane, and just do an incredible job. It means it does mean that the Iranian Soul is pretty much going to be under tower this entire game, and the Severe is going to have pretty much a field day of trying to roam around, trying to help her team potentially, as both the mid laners look to try and go into the bot side of the map here, as Radiant Soul just face checking bushes at the moment with his first ability. But yeah, look at this. This is the interactive marksman gameplay. You walk mid, you auto attack the minion wave, and then you just stand AFK. And you wait for the next wave to come on in, and then you auto attack that wave, and you wait for the next wave to come in.
And you're almost a 1k gold ahead. You're almost 1k gold ahead of the enemy ADC, which is not the position you want to be in. And right now, top side of the map, Rel and Misfortune looking pretty low there. I mean, taking a bit of a battering from the Renekton and the Braum.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you get taken poke damage from the Braum, the Renekton can easily follow up afterwards as well. But Misfortune should be fine in this matchup. You should be able to poke pretty easily early on. I guess they're just not really performing up to their standards at the moment on the top side. It looks like both mid laners going up to the top lane at the moment. Maybe Severe cancels the back. Yep. Cancels the back of the Misfortune as well. And that's going to mean that they are very, very low on health. Both of them on blinking health bars. It means the Iranian Soul has to roam up and try and defend this tower. And it is going to try and defend the tower with the ultimate in the end. And yeah, it's going to be able to defend most of the tower. Only one tower plating going in the hands there of Vapo, and meanwhile in the mid lane, no one's in the mid lane right now. It's like minion against minion battle in the mid lane, because everyone is just top lane battling out at the moment.
Yeah, just a bit of damage control here for the side of Mango. Obviously, just kind of sufficing with that one turret plating, a bit of trading with the minions into the bot side of the map here as well. But obviously, we see that Lilo was able to get that minion wave through into the T1 territory. So kind of just playing the minion waves a little bit better here onto the side of Vapo in game number 3. Obviously, we are around about just under 2k gold overall advantage here. Susanoo just trying to get that intel. Actually, face checks and gets UI in his play, stops the recall as well.
Radiant Soul just going to be farming away. Oh, that was a little bit rude there by the Renekton. Renekton just
Hey, I'm
walks
trying
up
to
like,
recall.
hey, buddy, you're not going to get them minions for free, you know?
Not over this dead body. But still, we're seeing again just the same kind of assault here onto that top side of the map using the flash here. Is going to be Susanoo actually missing out the ultimate there. But I mean, it does mean that Quain gets sort of like locked into a rock and a hard place. But it's going to be Shyvana here diving in. Susanoo is going home this time around. But we're seeing a bit of a dive here. 4-on-1. Renekton on the run. Severe, can he keep him alive? Oh my goodness. But it's going to be the A-Sol ultimate from out of space that gets the kill.
Yeah, the Radiant Soul getting the upgraded ultimate in the end means that Renekton is guaranteed to die there. Even if you dodge the initial part of the ultimate, the spread damage in the end is just going to be too much. But yeah, a bit of an overdive there from Vapo in the top side. Maybe a little bit of disrespect, but the Rylai is coming in pretty clutch here for the Radiant Soul. That you could do this like, I actually call it tech in the end, where it's like you fly with the second ability and then you just tap the first ability every so often just to proc Rylai's and to try and slow down the players that are trying to chase you. And that's exactly what he was able to do. And then also use the cleanse as well to stop the Braum knockup. So pretty well played there in the end from Vapo in the mid lane to try and stop that initial engage. And then Shyvana was there, right place, right time as well to try and stop the dive from coming on through. So nice return there from Vapo. Of course, the AD carry is still quite far behind, but the rest of the lane's not looking too bad right now.
Yeah, not looking too bad here. Obviously, maybe the carry potential is going to be onto Faker Apo, onto this A-Sol, looking to try and contest this Enchanted Ensemble, but it's going to be the takedown potentially here of Rel. Actually be able to force a way out of that team fight. It's going to be the smite here, but it goes over to the side of Vapo. They're looking for a little bit more. They try and get the claim onto the Shyvana. It gets taken down as well. Flashing over the wall. It's going to be Hank. He's looking for more.
No.
Deadly Lick's taken down. It's going to be the might of Demacia come through now. Wukong with a saving grace tries to save his teammates, and Hank getting blasted by the dragon, but it's going to be the takedown potentially of 3 members here onto the side of Mango, and that is going to be a harsh punishment.
The misfortune just standing there trying to auto attack, trying to live, and there's just nothing you can do when you're getting flashed on by a Garen. You're getting flashed on by a Severe as well. And what can you do in this scenario when you're a misfortune? You're just standing there trying to auto attack, trying to do some damage, but there's nothing that you could do. There's just so much movement speeds, and I guess I was wrong in draft. I thought there wouldn't be any ways of them getting onto the misfortune. I thought that maybe this misfortune might have had enough movement speed to try and run away from a few of these champions, but the movement speed I think from Severe's ultimate is absolutely clutch, because I talked about how misfortune has a lot of movement speed with her passive, but I mean her passive is not enough when you have a Severe running on top of you with like a Garen and also Renekton as well. So Deadly is really far behind now. 2,000 gold behind actually on this Misfortune. And Misfortune is a really early game heavy champion. You need to get that early game gold lead. Otherwise, these late game fights with things like your ultimate, your bullet time are just not going to be that strong.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss, unfortunate here for the side of Mango. I mean, they definitely have to try and maybe try and funnel some resources into it here, because obviously you can see that the resources have been funneled over to Faker Apo here onto the A-Sol. I mean, it's not like he's bearing any, no results. He's currently 3-0-0. He has the kills onto the Gorge, onto the Rift here as well, but I just don't think it's enough. Obviously, that big AoE ultimate is definitely a bit of a pain onto the side of Vapo, because once they kind of dive in, then if they need to try and escape and they're all low health, that enhanced ultimate is going to be huge here. Shyvana having to use the flash here as well. But it's going to be Wukong with the Cyclone using his clone to try and be like, hey, which one's a real boy? But it's going to be the boy time from Deadly, but it's only going to separate the side of Vapo. But can Mango make some ends meet at this one? They get the kill onto Lilo, but they're going to lose this top T1.
I'm not too sure if they got the blue buff taken away as well. It looks like Queenie was able to take away the blue buff as well. So again, the difference in the jungle is really huge. Again, Queenie is just absolutely smurfing this series. He performed so well in the Nidalee. In game number 2, oh my god, that damage from Severe! The boomerangs did so so much damage.
The pizzas are definitely taking down the calorie deficit here of the side of Mango. They were looking for a diet, but what they got was, I don't know, a cheat day here, but it's not the kind of cheat day you're looking for. They are currently stuck on the toilet.
Oh my, that damage I was not expecting that damage at all there from the Severe. The boomerangs were just bouncing around, or in this case, the pizzas were bouncing around. It's a field day for everyone who loves pizzas right now, but definitely not Mango. They prefer to have some mangoes instead of some pizzas, but this time they're just getting face planted by the pizzas every single time. And Severe is now 5-0-1. The Vori Quick Blades finished. Now going towards the Mortal Reminder as the third item. This AD carry is going to hurt in team fights, Blau, and I'm a bit worried to see how Mango come back into this.
I mean, it's a bit of a flex, right? You go back to base, you buy Navaris, you get two T2 items as well, but just slowly building into the Mortal Reminder. Like, that's something, if you are looking onto the player scoreboards and you are Mango, you're like, oh, man, as if she just did enough damage with just the Bloodburst there and the T2 items of the Bari's blades. Like, now she's going to be hitting like a truck. She's 4k gold ahead of the enemy's Misfortune here as well, and that Dusk Blade's just definitely not doing the job here.
No, not enough damage. I mean, trying to go for Mortal Reminder as the second item. Like, this Misfortune has no gold at all. 0 gold. I mean, the enemy support, the Brom, nearly has more gold than the Misfortune. And when you look at it like that, then yeah, you can really see that Misfortune is in a really, really tough spot in this game. It's going to be going back to base, potentially. No, can't even finish the Mortal Reminder. This Misfortune has 1 item after 11 minutes.
I mean, what's even scary is the Brom's close to the gold of the Shyvana as well as the Wukong as well, right? Like, that's your jungler, that's your solo lane, that's your dragon lane as well. Like, you don't want to see a support that's very close to those two, right? Because that just shows that your resources is not going to be quite where you need to be. But Lilo, might be getting taken out here. It's pretty much a 4v1 dive to take out everybody. But top side of the map is going to be traded there, the T2. So that's a fair trade, right? You expand everybody down to the bot side. You get the Baron Nashor. You get the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you happily take that. Garen's just a trade in the end, and Garen's just a sit-in ward in the end. It's just like, okay, I'm just going to give you vision on the bot side. Yeah, their jungler's bot side. It's just a free Baron. But I guess for Mango as well, I guess they understand that they can't contest the Baron at this point.
Yeah.
So instead, they'll just try and take one of the kills, and they'll just try and get as little as much gold as possible that they can grab right now, because at the moment, they are getting thinned out here by Vapo, and Vapo are just taking every single advantage that they can get right now, as Garen looks like he's going to be building towards the Twin God. You got 2 items on this Lilia. Severe now has 3 items already with the Mortal Reminder being completed. Oof. So much damage right now on the side of Vapo, and now they're going to try and look to push in towards these tier 2 towers. Bot lane tier 2 tower is going to go down. Mid lane is probably going to fall soon after. There we go. And then the top lane has already been taken down. So again, this first Baron buff, they've all taken down the tier 2 towers. They're going to go look for an engage in this bot fight, though. Not too sure if that's the engage that they want to, but the Renaissance ultimate is really huge. They do so much AoE damage, but the damage is not enough. Blam.
Yep.
0 died.
0 died, and top side of the map is being pushed here by the side of the Renekton here onto the side of Vapo. So obviously the inhibitor has been run down a little bit. I mean, it's definitely a bad case of the heebie-jeebies here for the side of Mango, especially as they're going to lose the second Drake of the game, which is going to be the Ice Drake here. If they're able to get the Dragon Soul for the side of Vapo, it's only going to further their little bit of shield, like just sustainability into these team fights. Just the scariness at the side of Vapo right now as they're kind of mounting a 11k gold lead.
10,000 gold lead, 11,000 gold lead right now, like you said, for Vapo. They're just finding ways to get these little opportunities, and it kind of all went downhill really from the early game, right? When your Misfortune dies at level 1, when you're like nearly 1,000 gold behind in the early game, it becomes very difficult for this Misfortune to come back into the game. I mean, not too sure exactly what happened at level 1, but how Misfortune was able to get caught in the river at level 1 is just, yeah, absolutely criminal. That Misfortune is just walking along the river at level 1 with no dashes, no way of escaping, only a flash in sight. And now they're going to look to try and end the game here. Looks like they're going to try and jump onto Quan. Oh my God, they find the Misfortune. The cleanse does come on through though to stop the sleep from Misfortune, but that is no flash now on Misfortune and no cleanse. And with an AD carry with no mobility, that's a target you're looking for if you're on the side of Vapo.
Oh, absolutely. Vapo, you are looking to just get the shutdown here onto Deadly. I mean, he's died 3 times already. Definitely not living up to his in-game name for now. I mean, it's not Deadly, but we know him as Deadly right now. And the Misfortune is definitely not giving that Deadly. But at the same time, obviously, Mango just need to kind of defend the base, right? Obviously, they have the inhibitor still alive right now. Quain just trying to just brunt a lot of that damage from the side of Vapo. Can they steal away the red buff? They're able to get that from the side of Mango going into the back line to be Quain. The bullet time's not going to just do any damage at all, but it's obviously going to be the disrupt from the Wukong ultimate, but it's not going to be enough to slow the Vapo train. Garen is just leading the charge here. Lilo is looking for Stitch. Hank is looking for more kills.
Yeah, they're going to get more kills here. And on one side of the map, the Misfortune ultimate is doing 0 damage because of the Brom shield. On the other side, Garen, this full tank Garen, is just having an absolute field day on the backline. They get another kill now onto the Iranian Soul legendary for the Severe. 8-0 and 2. And Vapo look to clean sweep this series 3-0.
Yes, Vapo with a very clean game number 3. Definitely more decisive than that game number 2. Mango is looking like they didn't recover from that almost victory there for themselves. But yes, Vapo with a clean 3-0 fashion here for the boys of the CIS region.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what an incredible day overall. I mean, I was not expecting a 3-0 in the second series, to be fair. I was expecting a much closer series, to be fair. I thought Mango coming into it would be much more, I guess, calm, much more precise, and much more controlled in their gameplay, but it looked a bit messy. It looked a bit all over the place, Blam, unfortunately. You know, there was like team compositions that, you know, ease of access team compositions that didn't really work out in the end. You think to yourself, okay, this is one way that they can win, but they had to rely on things like UI, stealing Baron to even stay in the game. AD carry walking to River at level 1. Like, there were so many mistakes, I feel like, in general. So, yeah. Absolutely crazy. Hopefully we'll get the bracket updated for you as well on stream. We can show you the updated bracket for tomorrow. But yeah, as for the games for today, that's going to be it for today. And we saw 3-1 and a 3-0. So no full best of 5s, but hopefully we get that tomorrow in the grand finals. The grand final between Baguette and Vapo, I think, is going to be very exciting.
I don't know. I feel like the third place matchup's always a really good place to have that best of 5 as well, right? Because obviously you still have bragging rights. You still want to be the top 3 teams rather than top 4 and get as much prize pool as possible there for these teams. And it is going to be obviously Mango going up against the International Jobcenter, which is not going to be an easy team to actually try and topple here if you're Mango. I mean, Vapo definitely looked like a force to be reckoned with against the Mangos, but can they do the same thing against Baguettes? We'll obviously show you now with that updated bracket.
Exactly. You can see Baguette against Vapo in that grand final tomorrow. But of course, as you mentioned, it will be Jobcenter against Mango to start things off in that third place matchup at 6 p.m. CET. So Jobcenter against Mango. And yeah, looking at the matchups today, I think it might be... I don't want to say pretty easy game, but I think Jobcenter are going to come in heavy favorites in that third place matchup. Just looking at Mango in general today and how well International Jobcenter were able to fight against the Baguettes. Yeah. So I think that third place matchup might be pretty one-sided with Jobcenter. But the grand final, though, I think is going to be very exciting. I think Vapo and especially Queenie today really showed what they're about. And I think that matchup tomorrow between Queenie and Final Wax in the jungle is going to be very, very exciting. I'm very looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, I think it's quite funny. The International Jobcenter have not only versed Random, who was their ex-teammate as well, then tomorrow they go up against Quaint, who was their ex-teammate as well, that got them the win in the last showdown. So it feels like International Jobcenter is just trying to like collect the Infinity Stones of ex-team members in this Rift Legends showdown to end the year. And then obviously, whoever comes out on top, is it going to be the Baguettes? Is it going to be Vapo taking a win for the CIS region? Obviously, you guys will have to tune in to watch that one. But obviously, Jobcenter are not going to be the favorites to win the top spot this time around, because the highest that they can come out on top of this one is third place.
Yeah. Tomorrow's a new day though for Mango. I mean, you never know. Like tomorrow, just today might have just been an off day overall. Of course, like you said, like we said, they still got a third place matchup to play for. They still have a prize pool to play for as well. So not all hope is lost for Mango. They still have plenty of ways to come about it as well. As looks like looks like we are about wrapped up for today. So appreciate everyone for tuning into the stream today. Hopefully we'll see you all again tomorrow. Myself and Blam will be ready and raring to go for tomorrow's third place. And of course, that exciting grand final to see who will win the Rift Legends Showdown. But until tomorrow, make sure you don't miss it, 6 p.m. CET. Until then, stay safe and we'll see you tomorrow.